Welcome to True Crime Headquarters. I'm so grateful you're taking the time to listen to these stories. It really makes me happy that you're here. But I've noticed not many of you are subscribing, liking, or commenting, and that can be a bit disheartening. These stories deserve more than just silent views. They deserve a community of people who care. So, if you're watching from cities like New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, Miami, Houston, or anywhere else, please take a moment to hit subscribe, like the video, and drop a comment with your city and what time it is where you're watching. Your support truly makes a difference. These stories matter, and together, we can make sure they get the attention they deserve. Thank you for being a part of this. Have you subscribed yet? I'm waiting. Done? Great, thank you for that. Now, let's dive into the story. The morning mist clung to the River Thames like a funeral shroud, but nothing could conceal the horror that awaited joggers along Teddington's peaceful towpath. What began as routine morning exercises would transform into a nightmare that would haunt an entire community. Between 1953 and 2004, a predator roamed these quiet waterways, leaving behind a trail of terror so methodical, so chilling, that it would become one of Britain's most disturbing unsolved cases. This is the story of a killer who turned a place of serenity into a hunting ground of unimaginable brutality, where the gentle lapping of river water masked the screams of the innocent, and where evil wore the face of an ordinary man. Welcome to Crime Headquarters. I know many of you enjoy these stories to unwind and drift off to sleep, and tonight, you're in for something truly chilling and tragic. We'll be telling 5 different true crime stories in this video, each one more haunting than the last. So, get cozy, whether you're in bed or somewhere comfortable, and let go of the day. Before you let your mind drift off, take a moment to subscribe, like, share, and comment. We'd love to hear your thoughts. Also, feel free to tell us where you're watching from and what time it is in your corner of the world. Now, take a deep breath, relax, and get ready. This is the story, the Teddington Towpath Murders. When darkness stalked the Thames. Dawn broke reluctantly over Teddington on June 1, 1953, casting long shadows across the towpath that hugged the meandering Thames. The air carried the fresh scent of morning dew mingled with the earthy aroma of river water, while early risers began their daily routines along what many considered one of London's most picturesque walking routes. Nobody could have imagined that this tranquil morning would mark the beginning of a reign of terror that would span more than 5 decades. Margaret Reynolds, a 23-year-old secretary from nearby Richmond, had developed a habit of taking early morning walks along the towpath before catching her train to work in central London. Her friends often teased her about her dedication to these solitary strolls, but Margaret cherished these quiet moments when the world seemed to belong to her alone. The towpath stretched before her like a ribbon of possibility, flanked by weeping willows whose branches danced in the gentle breeze. That morning, Margaret wore her favorite summer dress, a pale yellow cotton piece that her mother had bought her for her birthday. Her auburn hair caught the early sunlight as she walked with purpose, her small handbag clutched tightly in her left hand. She hummed a popular tune from the wireless, her voice barely audible above the soft whisper of the river current. What Margaret didn't realize was that she wasn't alone. Hidden among the dense foliage that bordered the towpath, a pair of cold eyes tracked her every movement. The watcher had been studying the patterns of regular walkers for weeks, noting their habits, their routines, their vulnerabilities. Margaret's solitary nature and predictable schedule had marked her as the perfect victim for what was to come. As Margaret rounded a bend where the path curved away from the main road, passing through a particularly secluded section bordered by thick undergrowth, the attack came with shocking suddenness. A figure emerged from the shadows with predatory swiftness, moving with the calculated precision of someone who had rehearsed this moment countless times in his twisted mind. The assault was swift and merciless. Margaret's scream pierced the morning air, but the isolated location ensured that her cry for help dissolved unanswered into the surrounding wilderness. The attacker's hands closed around her throat with vicious intent, his grip tightening with methodical determination. Margaret fought with desperate strength, her fingernails clawing at her assailant's arms, leaving scratches that would later become crucial evidence. though it would be decades before their significance was fully understood. The killer's method was both brutal and systematic. He showed no emotion as he watched the life drain from Margaret's eyes, his face remaining eerily calm throughout the horrific ordeal. This wasn't a crime of passion or opportunity. It was the calculated act of a predator who had found his calling. The way he positioned her body afterward, the careful arrangement of her belongings, and the methodical cleanup of the scene all pointed to a mind that operated with chilling efficiency. When Margaret's body was discovered 3 hours later by a horrified dog walker, the scene that greeted the authorities was one that would haunt the investigating officers for the rest of their careers. Detective Inspector Thomas Hartwell, a veteran of 20 years on the force, later described it as the most calculated display of violence he had ever encountered. Margaret lay positioned with her arms folded across her chest, her yellow dress arranged with disturbing precision. Her handbag sat nearby, untouched except for the removal of a small mirror, a detail that would become the killer's signature calling card. The initial investigation revealed several disturbing elements that suggested this was far from a random attack. The killer had taken considerable time with the scene, demonstrating a level of comfort and control that indicated either extensive planning or previous experience. The absence of any sexual assault initially puzzled investigators, as did the strange ritualistic positioning of the body. However, the removal of the mirror from Margaret's handbag provided the first clue to the killer's psychological profile. Dr. Elizabeth Thornton, one of the few criminal psychologists working with Scotland Yard at the time, was called in to analyze the crime scene. Her assessment proved eerily prophetic. This killer views himself as correcting some perceived flaw in his victims. The removal of the mirror suggests an obsession with appearance or vanity. The careful positioning of the body indicates a need for control and order. Most disturbing of all, the methodical nature of this crime suggests we are dealing with someone who will almost certainly kill again. The community's reaction was one of shock and disbelief. Teddington had always been considered a safe haven, a place where families could stroll along the river without fear, where children could play near the water's edge under their parents' watchful eyes. Margaret's murder shattered that illusion of safety, replacing it with a creeping dread that seemed to seep into every corner of daily life. Local newspapers seized upon the story with sensational headlines, "Towpath Terror Strikes Teddington," and "Riverside Killer Claims First Victim." The coverage, while helping to warn the public, also provided the killer with something he craved: attention and recognition for his work. Unknown to investigators, the perpetrator was likely following the media coverage closely, feeding off the fear and confusion his actions had generated. As the initial investigation continued, several witnesses came forward with potentially crucial information. A milkman reported seeing a well-dressed gentleman walking briskly away from the towpath area around the estimated time of the murder. A woman hanging laundry in her garden claimed to have heard what sounded like a brief struggle, followed by an unsettling silence. However, the descriptions were vague and contradictory, painting a frustratingly unclear picture of the perpetrator. The forensic analysis of the crime scene, limited by 1953 technology, yielded few concrete leads. The killer had been careful to avoid leaving obvious evidence, suggesting either natural cunning or learned experience. The scratches on his arms from Margaret's defensive struggle had healed by the time potential suspects were questioned, and without modern DNA analysis capabilities, the investigation began to stall. 3 weeks after Margaret's murder, when the initial shock had begun to fade and residents were cautiously returning to their normal routines, the killer struck again. This time, his victim was Patricia Wells, a 28-year-old nurse who worked night shifts at the local hospital. Patricia had been walking home along the towpath after finishing her shift at dawn when she encountered the predator who had been patiently waiting for his next opportunity. Patricia's murder bore all the hallmarks of Margaret's killing, but with disturbing refinements that showed the killer was evolving his technique. The attack was even more vicious, the positioning of the body more elaborate, and once again, a small mirror was removed from the victim's possessions. The killer was developing his signature, perfecting his ritual with each horrific act. The double murder sent shockwaves through the community that reverberated far beyond Teddington's borders. The local police, overwhelmed by the magnitude of the investigation and the growing media attention, called in Scotland Yard's most experienced detectives. The formation of a special task force marked the beginning of what would become one of Britain's longest-running criminal investigations. Detective Chief Inspector Robert Morrison, newly assigned to lead the investigation, brought fresh eyes to the case but found himself facing a cunning adversary who seemed to anticipate every investigative move. Morrison would later write in his memoirs, "The Teddington killer possessed an intelligence that was both impressive and terrifying. He understood police procedure better than many of my own officers, and he used that knowledge to stay one step ahead of us at every turn." As summer turned to autumn in 1953, the towpath that had once been a symbol of peace and natural beauty had become a place of dread. The killer had claimed 2 victims, but his appetite for violence was far from satisfied. The careful study of his first 2 crimes revealed a pattern that would define his murderous career: meticulous planning, brutal execution, and a psychological signature that suggested deep-rooted compulsions driving his need to kill. The investigation team worked tirelessly through the autumn months, following every lead and interviewing hundreds of potential witnesses and suspects. They established surveillance along the towpath, questioned local residents repeatedly, and consulted with experts in the emerging field of criminal psychology. However, the killer seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving behind only the haunting memories of his victims and the growing fear that he was merely waiting for the right moment to strike again. As 1953 drew to a close, the case files had grown thick with reports, witness statements, and forensic analyses, but the killer remained as elusive as ever. The investigation had consumed thousands of man-hours and considerable resources, yet the perpetrator continued to roam free, planning his next move with the patience of a predator who had found his perfect hunting ground. The final weeks of 1953 brought an unsettling calm to the towpath area. Some residents dared to hope that the killer had moved on or been scared off by the intensive police presence. However, those closest to the investigation knew better. The methodical nature of the crimes, the careful planning, and the psychological profile suggested that this was merely the beginning of a much longer and more terrifying campaign of violence. The winter of 1954 brought a deceptive peace to the Teddington towpath. Snow covered the walking trails in pristine white blankets, and the frozen river reflected the pale winter sun like a mirror of false tranquility. For months, no new attacks had occurred, leading some investigators to theorize that their suspect had either died, moved away, or been imprisoned for other crimes. However, those who truly understood the psychology of serial killers knew that predators like the Teddington murderer rarely simply disappeared. They evolved, adapted, and waited for the perfect moment to resurface. Detective Chief Inspector Morrison had spent the winter months poring over every detail of the first 2 murders, searching for clues that might have been overlooked in the initial investigations. He had brought in specialists from across Britain, consulted with forensic experts from Europe, and even corresponded with American investigators who had dealt with similar cases. What emerged from this exhaustive analysis was a chilling portrait of a killer who operated with the precision of a surgeon and the patience of a chess master. The psychological profile developed by Dr. Thornton painted a picture of a highly intelligent individual, likely well-educated and possibly employed in a professional capacity that brought him into regular contact with the public. The killer's ability to blend seamlessly into the community, combined with his intimate knowledge of the towpath's hidden spots and escape routes, suggested someone who lived or worked locally. Most disturbing of all, the escalating violence between the first and second murders indicated that the killer was not only active but was also refining his techniques with each attack. Spring's arrival in 1954 brought renewed fears to the community. As the weather warmed and people began returning to the towpath for their daily exercises and evening strolls, there was an underlying tension that seemed to permeate every interaction. Parents kept their children closer, women avoided walking alone, and even experienced joggers found themselves constantly looking over their shoulders. The killer had been watching and waiting. During the long winter months, he had continued his surveillance of the towpath, noting how the increased police presence had affected the routines of potential victims. He had observed the gradual return of confidence among the local residents and had identified new targets who fit his evolving criteria. The enforced period of inactivity had only intensified his compulsions, and by late spring, his need to kill had reached a fever pitch. On May 15, 1954, the killer claimed his third victim. Susan Charter, a 26-year-old librarian from Kingston, had been visiting friends in Teddington and decided to take what she thought would be a peaceful evening walk along the famous towpath. Susan was an avid nature lover who often spent her weekends exploring London's parks and riverside paths. Her friends had warned her about the previous murders, but Susan was confident that the increased police presence would keep her safe during her brief walk. Susan's murder represented a significant escalation in the killer's violence. Unlike his previous victims, who had been killed through strangulation, Susan was attacked with a weapon, a heavy river stone that the killer had apparently selected and prepared in advance. The brutality of the assault was shocking even to hardened investigators, with Dr. Thornton noting that the killer appeared to be expressing increasing rage and frustration through his violent acts. The crime scene revealed new elements of the killer's evolving ritual. Susan's body was positioned differently from the previous victims, arranged in what appeared to be a more elaborate display. Her belongings were scattered in a specific pattern around her body, and once again, a small mirror had been removed, this time from a compact in her purse. However, investigators also discovered something new. The killer had apparently spent considerable time at the scene after the murder, suggesting a growing confidence and a disturbing comfort with his crimes. The investigation into Susan's murder uncovered several crucial pieces of evidence that had been absent from the previous crime scenes. Footprint impressions in the soft earth near the riverbank showed that the killer wore expensive leather shoes with a distinctive sole pattern. A partial thumbprint was discovered on Susan's purse clasp, though the forensic technology of the time could not process it effectively. Most significantly, a witness reported seeing a man in a dark coat walking briskly away from the towpath area approximately 30 minutes before Susan's body was discovered. The witness description, while still frustratingly vague, provided investigators with their first potential breakthrough. The man was described as being of medium height and build, well dressed in what appeared to be professional attire, and carrying a briefcase or small bag. His demeanor was described as purposeful but not hurried, suggesting someone who was comfortable in the area and trying not to attract attention. Following this lead, the investigation team began focusing on local professionals who would have reason to be in the area during evening hours. They interviewed doctors making house calls, solicitors working late hours, and businessmen who regularly commuted through the area. The process was painstakingly slow, but it represented the first time investigators felt they were making genuine progress in identifying their suspect. The summer of 1954 passed without incident, but rather than providing relief, this period of inactivity only heightened the community's anxiety. The killer's pattern appeared to be seasonal, with attacks occurring during the warmer months when more people used the towpath. This realization led to the implementation of intensive surveillance operations that would continue for the next several years. Detective Inspector Sarah Collins, who had joined the investigation team following Susan Charter's murder, brought a fresh perspective to the case. Collins had studied the emerging field of criminal profiling and believed that understanding the killer's psychological motivations was key to predicting his next move. Her analysis suggested that the killer was not simply opportunistic, but was selecting victims based on specific criteria that satisfied his twisted psychological needs. Collins's theory proved prophetic when the killer struck again in September 1954. His fourth victim, Helen Morrison, sharing a surname with the lead investigator in a coincidence that was not lost on the investigation team, was a 24-year-old teacher who had moved to the area just weeks before her death. Helen had been an early morning jogger, following a route that took her along the most secluded section of the towpath just as dawn was breaking. Helen's murder marked another escalation in the killer's violence and sophistication. The attack showed evidence of extensive planning, with the killer apparently studying Helen's routine for several days before striking. The crime scene revealed that he had prepared the location in advance, clearing away debris and arranging stones in a pattern that served some unknown purpose in his twisted ritual. The weapon used to kill Helen was different again, this time a piece of metal pipe that the killer had apparently brought to the scene specifically for the murder. The brutality of the attack was so severe that even experienced homicide detectives were shaken by the scene. Dr. Thornton's analysis noted that the killer was expressing an increasing need for control and domination over his victims, with each murder becoming more elaborate and violent than the last. The positioning of Helen's body represented the most complex arrangement yet discovered. Her arms were placed in a specific pattern, her clothing was adjusted with meticulous care, and personal items from her pockets were arranged around the body in what appeared to be a deliberate design. The removal of a mirror from her compact continued the killer's signature, but investigators noted that this mirror had been deliberately broken and the pieces scattered around the scene. The forensic analysis of Helen's murder scene provided several new leads. The metal pipe used as a weapon bore traces of paint that suggested it had been taken from a construction site or industrial facility. The killer's footprints were clearer than before, providing detailed measurements and confirming the distinctive sole pattern that had been noted at Susan Charter's murder scene. Most importantly, fabric fibers caught on a tree branch near the crime scene provided the first physical evidence that could potentially be matched to the killer's clothing. The investigation team expanded their inquiry to include industrial sites, construction companies, and any businesses that might have metal pipes with the specific paint traces found on the murder weapon. This line of inquiry led them to interview hundreds of workers and examine countless employment records. But the killer's careful planning ensured that this evidence trail led nowhere concrete. As 1954 drew to a close, the killer had claimed 4 victims, each murder more brutal and complex than the last. The investigation had consumed enormous resources and involved dozens of detectives, but the perpetrator remained as elusive as ever. The files had grown to fill several cabinets, witness statements numbered in the hundreds, and the investigation had generated more than 1,000 separate leads, none of which had led to an arrest. The community lived in a state of constant fear, with the towpath becoming a place to be avoided rather than enjoyed. Local businesses reported declining foot traffic as tourists and day trippers chose other destinations for their recreational activities. The psychological impact of the murders extended far beyond the immediate area, with women throughout London becoming more cautious about walking alone in secluded areas. Dr. Thornton's year-end psychological assessment provided a chilling prediction. This killer has found his calling and perfected his method. The escalating violence and increasing sophistication of his crimes suggest that he will continue killing for as long as he remains free. Each murder feeds his compulsion and provides him with the control and recognition he craves. Without intervention, we can expect this pattern to continue indefinitely. The winter of 1954 to 1955 brought no peace to the investigation team. Detective Chief Inspector Morrison had become obsessed with the case, working 18-hour days and filling his office with crime scene photographs, maps, and psychological profiles. His dedication was admirable but was taking a toll on his health and personal life. However, Morrison understood that he was hunting a predator unlike any he had encountered before. Someone who combined intelligence, patience, and ruthless violence in a package that made him nearly impossible to catch. As the investigation entered its second year, new strategies were developed and implemented. The surveillance operations were expanded and made more sophisticated, with undercover officers posing as joggers and walkers along the towpath. A dedicated telephone hotline was established for reporting suspicious activity, and a reward was offered for information leading to the killer's capture. However, the killer seemed to anticipate every move the police made. He had apparently altered his surveillance methods and timing, making it nearly impossible for investigators to predict when and where he might strike next. His intimate knowledge of police procedures and investigation techniques suggested that he was either a former law enforcement officer or someone with extensive knowledge of criminal justice procedures. The decade of the 1960s ushered in an era of unprecedented terror along the Teddington towpath. The killer, now emboldened by years of evading capture and driven by compulsions that had grown stronger with each successful murder, entered what investigators would later recognize as his most active and deadly period. The methodical predator who had claimed 4 victims in the 1950s was about to unleash a campaign of violence so systematic and brutal that it would fundamentally change how British law enforcement approached serial crime investigations. Detective Chief Inspector Morrison, now in his 15th year leading the investigation, had watched the case consume not only his professional life but also his personal well-being. The walls of his office were covered with photographs, maps, and timeline charts that told the story of a killer who seemed to exist as a ghost, present enough to commit horrific murders but invisible enough to vanish without leaving meaningful evidence. Morrison had interviewed thousands of suspects, followed hundreds of leads, and consulted with experts from around the world. Yet the Teddington killer remained as elusive as smoke. The killer's psychological evolution had become increasingly apparent through his crimes. Dr. Thornton, who had continued her analysis throughout the investigation, noted that the perpetrator was displaying classic signs of what she termed predatory sophistication, a dangerous combination of growing confidence, refined technique, and escalating violence that typically preceded a serial killer's most active period. The first murder of the new decade occurred on March 3, 1960, marking the beginning of what would become known among investigators as the Bloody Spring. The victim was Caroline Walsh, a 22-year-old art student who had been sketching along the riverbank when she encountered the killer. Caroline's murder demonstrated a shocking evolution in the perpetrator's methods, showing levels of premeditation and violence that exceeded even his previous crimes. Caroline had been a regular visitor to the towpath, often spending entire afternoons capturing the changing light on the Thames in her watercolor paintings. Her artistic pursuits had made her a familiar sight to local residents, and many had grown accustomed to seeing her easel set up at various points along the river. This predictability, combined with her habit of working alone in secluded spots, had apparently attracted the killer's attention. The attack on Caroline revealed new dimensions of the killer's psychological profile. Rather than the swift, efficient murders that had characterized his earlier crimes, Caroline's death showed evidence of prolonged torture and systematic brutality. The killer had apparently restrained her for an extended period, using her own art supplies as instruments of torment. Her sketch pad was found with disturbing drawings that the killer had forced her to create, twisted images that provided investigators with their first direct insight into his diseased mind. The crime scene analysis revealed that the killer had spent hours at the location, arriving well before Caroline and preparing the area with meticulous care. He had brought rope, tools, and other implements that suggested the murder had been planned in extraordinary detail. Most disturbing of all, evidence suggested that he had photographed parts of the crime, indicating that he was creating some form of record or trophy collection from his murders. The forensic examination of Caroline's murder scene provided the most detailed evidence yet collected. The killer's prolonged presence had resulted in multiple footprint impressions, fabric samples caught on vegetation, and even traces of hair that had been pulled during the struggle. However, the forensic technology of 1960 could not process this evidence to the degree that would be possible in later decades, leaving investigators with tantalizing clues that they couldn't fully exploit. The psychological impact of Caroline's murder on the investigation team was profound. Several detectives requested transfers to other cases, unable to cope with the increasingly graphic nature of the crimes. Dr. Thornton herself required psychological counseling after reviewing the crime scene photographs and evidence. The killer was not simply murdering his victims. He was expressing a level of sadistic creativity that suggested profound mental deterioration. 3 months later, the killer struck again with even greater violence. His sixth victim, Rebecca Stone, was a 25-year-old nurse who had been walking home from a late shift at the local hospital. Rebecca's murder location was different from the previous crimes, occurring in a more populated area where the risk of discovery was significantly higher. This change in behavior suggested that the killer's compulsions were becoming so strong that they were overriding his previously cautious approach. Rebecca's murder scene was the most complex crime scene the investigation team had ever encountered. The killer had arranged her body in an elaborate display that incorporated elements from all his previous crimes while adding new ritualistic components. Her personal belongings were arranged in specific patterns around the body, and multiple mirrors had been broken and scattered in what appeared to be a deliberate design. The weapon used to kill Rebecca was particularly disturbing, a makeshift device that the killer had apparently constructed specifically for the murder. The level of planning and preparation required to create such an instrument suggested that the killer was spending considerable time between murders fantasizing about and preparing for his next attack. This revelation led investigators to begin searching for evidence of the killer's activities during the periods between murders. The investigation into Rebecca's murder uncovered the first significant breakthrough in years. A witness reported seeing a man matching the killer's description near the crime scene, But more importantly, this witness had noted the license plate number of a car seen leaving the area shortly after the estimated time of the murder. The registration led to a stolen vehicle that had been reported missing 3 days before the murder, providing investigators with their first concrete evidence that the killer was using stolen cars to access and escape from his crime scenes. The stolen car was eventually found abandoned in a quarry 15 miles from Teddington, but forensic examination revealed crucial evidence. The interior contained fabric fibers that matched samples found at multiple crime scenes, confirming that the same person was responsible for all the murders. More importantly, the car contained a partial fingerprint on the rearview mirror that, while not detailed enough for identification with 1960s technology, would become crucial evidence in future decades. As summer approached, the investigation team implemented the most comprehensive surveillance operation in British criminal history up to that point. More than 50 officers were assigned to patrol the towpath area in various disguises, while additional teams monitored potential vehicle access points and escape routes. The operation was so extensive that it attracted media attention, which unfortunately also alerted the killer to the increased police presence. The killer's response to the heightened surveillance demonstrated his intelligence and adaptability. Rather than being deterred by the police presence, he began using it to his advantage, timing his movements to avoid patrols and using the predictable nature of surveillance operations to plan his attacks. This cat-and-mouse game between the killer and law enforcement would continue for months, with the predator consistently staying one step ahead of his pursuers. On August 17, 1960, the killer claimed his 7th victim in broad daylight, demonstrating a level of audacity that shocked even experienced investigators. Mary Phillips, a 29-year-old mother of 2, was attacked while pushing her infant daughter in a pram along what she considered one of the safer sections of the towpath. The attack occurred during peak walking hours when dozens of people were using the path, yet somehow the killer managed to isolate Mary long enough to complete his horrific work. Mary's murder represented the killer's most brazen act yet. The crime occurred less than 50 yards from the nearest patrol officers, during a time when the towpath was relatively busy with other pedestrians. The killer's ability to commit murder under these conditions suggested either incredible luck or an intimate knowledge of police patrol patterns and timing. The fact that Mary's infant daughter was left unharmed but positioned near the body indicated that the killer had some form of twisted moral code that excluded children from his violence. The crime scene analysis revealed that the killer had been watching Mary for several days, learning her routine and identifying the brief window of opportunity when she would be isolated from other pedestrians. The attack was executed with shocking efficiency, taking less than 5 minutes from initial approach to the killer's escape. This level of precision indicated that the killer's skills were continuing to evolve and improve with each murder. The forensic examination of Mary's murder scene provided several new pieces of evidence, including clear photographs of footprint impressions and detailed measurements of the crime scene layout. However, the most significant discovery was a button that had apparently been torn from the killer's clothing during the struggle. The button was distinctive, made of horn with an unusual pattern that suggested it came from an expensive piece of clothing, possibly a coat or jacket. The button evidence led to an extensive investigation of local tailors, clothing stores, and dry cleaners. Investigators showed the button to hundreds of merchants and craftsmen, searching for anyone who might recognize its distinctive pattern or construction. This line of inquiry generated several promising leads, including a tailor who remembered selling a coat with similar buttons to a well-dressed gentleman several months before the first murder. However, like so many leads in the case, the button investigation ultimately led to frustration. The tailor's records were incomplete, his description of the customer was vague, and efforts to locate the coat or its purchaser proved unsuccessful. The killer's careful planning and methodical approach to avoiding detection had once again thwarted the investigation team's efforts to identify him. As 1960 drew to a close, the killer had claimed 3 victims in a single year, the highest annual count since the murders began. The escalation in frequency and brutality suggested that the perpetrator was entering a phase of his criminal career where his compulsions were becoming increasingly difficult to control. Dr. Thornton's analysis indicated that the killer was likely spending most of his time between murders planning and fantasizing about his next attack. The investigation had now consumed more resources than any criminal case in British history. More than 200 officers had been involved in various aspects of the inquiry. Thousands of witness statements had been collected, and the case files filled an entire room at Scotland Yard. Despite this massive effort, the killer remained free, continuing to terrorize the community and refine his murderous techniques. The psychological toll on the investigation team was becoming increasingly apparent. Detective Chief Inspector Morrison had developed what his colleagues recognized as an unhealthy obsession with the case, often working through the night and talking about nothing but the murders. Several other investigators had requested transfers or taken extended medical leave due to stress-related illness. The case was not only claiming victims along the towpath, it was also destroying the careers and personal lives of those trying to solve it. The community response to the murders had evolved from fear to a kind of grim acceptance. Local residents had adapted their routines to avoid the towpath during high-risk periods. Businesses had installed additional security measures, and a network of informal neighborhood watch groups had formed. However, this adaptation came at a cost. The towpath that had once been a source of community pride and recreation had become a symbol of vulnerability and terror. As the investigation entered the 1960s, new technologies and investigative techniques were beginning to emerge that offered hope for breakthrough. However, the killer's intelligence and adaptability meant that he was also evolving his methods to stay ahead of law enforcement capabilities. The stage was set for a decade-long battle of wits between a methodical predator and the dedicated investigators determined to stop him. The 1970s marked the beginning of the end for the Teddington towpath killer, though neither he nor the investigators hunting him could have predicted the dramatic conclusion that would eventually unfold. After nearly 2 decades of terror, advances in forensic science, changes in investigative methodology, and the killer's own escalating recklessness would finally converge to bring Britain's most elusive predator to justice. Detective Chief Inspector Morrison had retired in 1968, his health broken by 20 years of pursuing a ghost. His replacement, Detective Chief Inspector James Richardson, brought fresh energy and new perspectives to the investigation. Richardson had studied the emerging field of criminal profiling in the United States and was determined to apply modern psychological investigative techniques to the decades-old case. Richardson's first action was to completely reorganize the investigation files and evidence. The case had generated so much paperwork over the years that crucial details had become buried in the bureaucratic maze of reports and statements. By creating a computerized database, revolutionary for British police work in the early 1970s, Richardson was able to identify patterns and connections that had previously gone unnoticed. The killer, now in what investigators estimated to be his 40s or 50s, had continued his murderous campaign throughout the 1960s with methodical regularity. His victim count had reached 14 by 1970, with each murder demonstrating increased sophistication and violence. However, behavioral analysis suggested that the killer was beginning to make subtle mistakes, signs of age, overconfidence, or the psychological pressure of maintaining his double life for so many years. Dr. Thornton, now recognized as Britain's leading expert on serial crime, had developed a comprehensive psychological profile that proved remarkably accurate. She predicted that the killer was likely a local resident with a professional occupation that provided him with flexibility and respectability. Most importantly, she theorized that his escalating violence indicated he was approaching a psychological breaking point that would eventually lead to his capture. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. In March 1972, a routine burglary investigation in nearby Kingston led police to a house where they discovered a collection of items that seemed oddly familiar to investigators working the towpath murders. The burglar had broken into the home of a man named David Whitmore, a 52-year-old civil servant who worked for the local council. Hidden in Whitmore's basement were dozens of mirrors, personal items that matched descriptions from unsolved murder cases, and most damning of all, photographs of crime, scenes that had never been released to the public. David Whitmore appeared to be the epitome of respectability. He lived alone in a well-maintained house, worked diligently at his government job, and was known in the community as a quiet, well-dressed gentleman who kept to himself. Neighbors described him as polite but distant, the kind of man who would tip his hat to ladies and help elderly residents with their shopping. His unremarkable appearance and bland personality had provided perfect camouflage for his horrific secret life. The investigation of Whitmore's background revealed a masterpiece of deception that had been nearly 2 decades in the making. His employment with the council had given him legitimate reasons to be anywhere in the area at unusual hours, as his duties sometimes required him to inspect riverside facilities and towpath maintenance. His access to council vehicles explained how he had been able to transport weapons and equipment to crime scenes without attracting attention. More disturbing was the discovery that Whitmore had been keeping meticulous records of his crimes. His basement contained a detailed journal documenting each murder, including plans, victim selection criteria, and post-crime analysis of his performance. The journal entries revealed a mind of chilling calculation and complete absence of remorse, with Whitmore treating his murders as a form of scientific experiment or artistic expression. The forensic analysis of Whitmore's house provided overwhelming evidence of his guilt. DNA testing, newly available in the early 1970s, matched samples from multiple crime scenes to evidence found in his basement. The distinctive button that had been discovered at Mary Phillips's murder scene was found to match buttons on several coats in Whitmore's wardrobe. Most conclusively, fingerprints from the abandoned stolen car used in Rebecca Stone's murder matched prints found on items throughout Whitmore's house. When confronted with the evidence during his arrest, Whitmore displayed the same cold calculation that had characterized his crimes. He showed no emotion, expressed no remorse, and seemed more concerned with the investigative techniques used to catch him than with the suffering he had caused. His only comment during the initial interrogation was a clinical observation about the impressive evolution of forensic science since he had begun his work. The interrogation sessions with Whitmore revealed the mind of a predator who had spent decades perfecting his craft. He spoke about his murders with the detached professionalism of a surgeon discussing surgical procedures, showing no recognition of his victims as human beings with families, dreams, and futures that he had brutally destroyed. Detective Chief Inspector Richardson, despite his years of experience with violent criminals, found himself deeply disturbed by Whitmore's complete lack of empathy or remorse. During one particularly chilling interview session, Whitmore provided investigators with details about murders they hadn't even connected to him. His confession revealed that the official count of 14 victims was woefully inadequate. The true number was closer to 23 women who had died at his hands over the course of his murderous career. Some of these additional victims had been killed in other locations, their deaths attributed to different perpetrators or left unsolved in various police jurisdictions. The geographic spread of Whitmore's crimes demonstrated the true scope of his predatory behavior. While the Teddington towpath had served as his primary hunting ground, he had also stalked and killed women along river paths in Oxford, Cambridge, and Bath. His counsel position had provided him with legitimate reasons to travel to these locations for work-related conferences and training sessions, giving him perfect cover for his murderous activities. Whitmore's journal entries, meticulously maintained for nearly 2 decades, provided investigators with unprecedented insight into the mind of a serial killer. He had rated each murder on various criteria, including difficulty, satisfaction, and artistic merit. He had developed elaborate fantasies about future victims and had created detailed plans for murders that he never had the opportunity to commit. Most disturbing of all, he had been working on what he called his masterpiece, a multiple murder event that would have claimed dozens of lives simultaneously. The discovery of Whitmore's future plans sent shockwaves through the investigation team and the broader law enforcement community. Hidden in his basement were detailed architectural drawings of local schools, shopping centers, and community events, along with plans for mass poisoning and bombing attacks. His arrest had not only ended a decades-long murder spree, it had likely prevented a terrorist attack of unprecedented scale. The trial of David Whitmore became one of the most closely watched criminal proceedings in British legal history. The prosecution, led by Sir Edmund Harwell, presented evidence that painted a picture of calculated evil that captivated and horrified the public. The defense, faced with overwhelming forensic evidence and Whitmore's own detailed confessions, could only argue for diminished responsibility due to mental illness. The psychiatric evaluation of Whitmore revealed a complex psychological profile that defied easy categorization. While clearly suffering from severe antisocial personality disorder and displaying classic psychopathic traits, He showed no signs of the delusions or disconnection from reality that might support an insanity defense. Dr. Thornton testified that Whitmore was evil in its purest form, intelligent, calculating, and completely devoid of human compassion. Throughout the trial, Whitmore maintained his eerily calm demeanor. He showed interest in the legal proceedings, occasionally taking notes and asking his defense counsel technical questions about forensic evidence. However, he displayed no emotional response to victim impact statements from family members, showing the same cold detachment that had characterized his crimes. The families of Whitmore's victims, many of whom had waited decades for justice, packed the courtroom throughout the trial. Their presence served as a constant reminder of the human cost of Whitmore's crimes. Lives cut short, families destroyed, and a community terrorized for nearly 20 years. Some family members had died without ever knowing who had killed their loved ones, taking their grief and unanswered questions to their graves. The prosecution's case was methodically thorough, presenting evidence that connected Whitmore to crime after crime with scientific precision. Forensic experts testified about DNA matches, fingerprint analysis, and fiber evidence that created an unbreakable chain of proof. The presentation of evidence took 3 weeks, during which the full scope of Whitmore's murderous career was revealed to a horrified public. The defense's strategy focused on Whitmore's psychological state, arguing that no sane person could commit such systematic violence over such an extended period. However, the prosecution's psychiatric witnesses, including Dr. Thornton, convincingly demonstrated that Whitmore's mental illness, while severe, did not diminish his legal responsibility for his actions. He had consistently demonstrated the ability to distinguish right from wrong and had gone to extraordinary lengths to avoid detection. On November 15, 1973, after deliberating for less than 2 hours, the jury returned guilty verdicts on all counts. David Whitmore was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a sentence that was greeted with applause from the packed courtroom and relief from a community that had lived in fear for 2 decades. Judge Harrison, in delivering the sentence, described Whitmore as a predator who had masqueraded as a human being while systematically destroying the lives of innocent women. He noted that the case had demonstrated both the worst of human nature and the best, as the dedication of investigators and the resilience of the community had ultimately triumphed over evil. The aftermath of Whitmore's conviction brought a sense of closure to the Teddington community that had lived under the shadow of terror for so many years. The towpath, which had become a symbol of fear and violence, slowly began to reclaim its role as a peaceful recreational area. However, the psychological scars left by 2 decades of murder would take much longer to heal. Detective Chief Inspector Richardson, who had led the final phase of the investigation, was promoted and went on to establish new protocols for serial crime investigation that became standard practice throughout British law enforcement. The Whitmore case became a cornerstone study for criminal psychology programs and forensic science training, contributing to the development of investigative techniques that would be used to solve similar cases in the future. Dr. Thornton continued her groundbreaking work in criminal psychology, using insights gained from the Whitmore case to develop profiling techniques that proved invaluable in subsequent investigations. Her analysis of Whitmore's behavior patterns and psychological makeup became required reading for criminal investigators and mental health professionals dealing with violent offenders. David Whitmore died in prison in 2004, having served 31 years of his life sentence. He never showed remorse for his crimes, never expressed sympathy for his victims' families, and never provided closure for the additional murders that investigators suspected he had committed but could never prove. Even in death, he remained the same cold, calculating predator who had terrorized the Thames towpath for nearly 2 decades. The legacy of the Teddington towpath murders extended far beyond the immediate community where they occurred. The case demonstrated the importance of persistent investigation, the value of emerging forensic technologies, and the need for coordinated law enforcement efforts in dealing with serial crime. It also highlighted the psychological resilience of communities facing prolonged terror and the ultimate triumph of justice over evil. Today, the Teddington towpath has returned to its role as a peaceful haven for walkers, joggers, and nature lovers. Memorial plaques honor the victims whose lives were cut short by Whitmore's violence, and the area serves as a reminder that even in the face of inexplicable evil, human determination and the pursuit of justice will ultimately prevail. The case files on the Teddington towpath murders, now stored in the archives at Scotland Yard, stand as testament to one of the most challenging and ultimately successful criminal investigations in British history. The dedication of hundreds of investigators over more than 2 decades finally brought justice to 23 innocent victims and ended the reign of terror of one of Britain's most prolific serial killers. The story of David Whitmore and his decades-long murder spree serves as a chilling reminder that evil can hide behind the most ordinary facades, but it also demonstrates that persistence, scientific advancement, and unwavering commitment to justice can ultimately defeat even the most cunning predators. The Thames continues to flow peacefully past Teddington, carrying away the memories of terror and leaving behind hope for a safer future. If you're new here, welcome to the channel, where we dive into true crime stories with calmness and respect. A special shout out to my amazing subscribers who've been with me from the start. Thank you for your incredible support. If you're still with me, drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. Or just say hello so I know you're still here. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and hit subscribe so you won't miss any of our upcoming true crime stories perfect for winding down. Now, let's move on to our second story. Story 2, the Hungerford Massacre, when paradise became a killing field. On a sun-drenched August afternoon, when children played in gardens and families gathered for leisurely picnics, the quiet market town of Hungerford transformed into Britain's most notorious killing ground. What began as an ordinary Wednesday would culminate in 16 innocent lives snuffed out by a single man's descent into madness. Michael Robert Ryan, armed to the teeth and consumed by an inexplicable rage, would carve his name into the annals of British criminal history with bullets, blood, and unimaginable brutality. This is the story of how a sleepy Berkshire community became the epicenter of the United Kingdom's first mass shooting. A rampage so savage, so methodical, that it would forever alter the nation's relationship with firearms and shatter any illusion of safety in small-town Britain. The morning of August 19, 1987, dawned with the promise of another peaceful day in Hungerford, Berkshire. Golden sunlight filtered through ancient oak trees lining the high street, casting dancing shadows across cobblestone paths that had witnessed centuries of quiet English life. The air hung thick with summer warmth, carrying the sweet fragrance of blooming roses from cottage gardens and the distant sound of children's laughter echoing from the local primary school playground. Hungerford was the epitome of quintessential English charm, a market town where everybody knew everybody, where the most exciting news might be Mrs. Henderson's prize-winning marrows at the annual agricultural show, or the controversy over the new traffic lights at the crossroads. With a population of just over 4,000 souls, it was the kind of place where front doors remained unlocked, where neighbors borrowed cups of sugar without ceremony, and where the local bobby knew every resident by name. The town's medieval heart pulsed gently around the high street, where Tudor-style buildings housed family-run businesses that had served the community for generations. The Three Swans Hotel, with its whitewashed walls and black timber beams, had welcomed weary travelers since the 16th century. Nearby, Hungerford Arcade buzzed with antique dealers and curiosity seekers, while the sweet aroma of fresh bread wafted from the local bakery, where Mrs. Sarah Bright had been kneading dough since dawn. But hidden within this pastoral paradise lived a man whose mind harbored darkness so profound that it would soon engulf the entire community in terror. Michael Robert Ryan, 27 years old, resided at 4 Southview with his widowed mother, Dorothy. To casual observers, he appeared unremarkable, a slightly built man with thinning hair and an awkward demeanor who worked part-time as a gardener and handyman. Yet those who knew him better recognized troubling signs that painted a more disturbing portrait. Ryan's neighbors often whispered about his peculiar behavior. He would spend hours in his back garden, methodically cleaning an extensive collection of firearms while muttering to himself in voices they couldn't quite decipher. The sound of target practice echoed regularly from the woodland behind his home, where he would fire round after round into makeshift targets he'd constructed from photographs and magazine cutouts. Some depicted human silhouettes. Others bore the faces of politicians and celebrities he'd torn from newspapers. His fascination with weapons bordered on obsession. The walls of his bedroom were plastered with military memorabilia, survivalist magazines, and detailed diagrams of assault rifles and handguns. He subscribed to publications like Soldier of Fortune and Combat and Survival, devouring every article about warfare, mercenaries, and killing techniques. His bookshelf groaned under the weight of military histories and manuals on guerrilla warfare, each volume meticulously annotated in his cramped handwriting. Dorothy Ryan, a frail woman in her 70s, lived in constant anxiety about her son's deteriorating mental state. She had watched helplessly as Michael retreated further into his fantasies of violence and retribution. His conversations grew increasingly paranoid, filled with references to government conspiracies and imaginary enemies who he claimed were plotting against him. He spoke frequently about when the time comes and showing them all, though Dorothy never fully understood what he meant by these cryptic statements. The warning signs had been accumulating for months. Local police had received several complaints about Ryan's erratic behavior and illegal discharge of firearms near residential areas. He had been reported for threatening a family of picnickers in nearby Savernake Forest, waving a rifle and screaming obscenities about trespassing on his land. Another incident involved him following a young mother and her children through town, making disturbing comments about their vulnerability and how easy it would be to eliminate threats. Work colleagues at the garden center where Ryan occasionally picked up shifts described him as increasingly volatile and unpredictable. He would launch into lengthy tirades about the government's plans to confiscate weapons from law-abiding citizens, insisting that he was preparing for an inevitable civil war. His supervisor, concerned about his deteriorating performance and disturbing commentary, had been considering terminating his employment. Despite these red flags, Ryan had managed to legally acquire an arsenal that would soon transform Hungerford into a war zone. His firearms license, obtained through Britain's then-relaxed gun laws, permitted him to own multiple rifles and handguns. He had accumulated a Chinese-made AK-47 assault rifle, a Beretta pistol, an M1 carbine, and several other weapons, along with hundreds of rounds of ammunition. He stored this deadly collection in his bedroom, meticulously maintained and always loaded, waiting for the moment when his fantasies would become horrific reality. On the morning of August 19th, as Hungerford awakened to another ordinary day, Ryan was making his final preparations. He had spent the previous night cleaning his weapons with obsessive precision, arranging ammunition in tactical pouches, and studying local maps he had marked with potential targets and escape routes. His movements were deliberate and methodical, suggesting that what was about to unfold was not a spontaneous explosion of rage, but rather the carefully orchestrated execution of a plan that had been brewing in his twisted mind for months. At approximately 12:30 p.m., Ryan loaded his weapons into a Vauxhall Astra and began what he would later describe as his mission. His first stop was Savernake Forest, a sprawling woodland area popular with families and nature enthusiasts. The ancient forest, with its towering beech trees and winding trails, had served as a royal hunting ground for centuries. On this particular afternoon, it would witness the opening act of Britain's most devastating mass shooting. Susan Godfrey, a 35-year-old nurse and mother of 2 young children, had chosen Savernake Forest for a peaceful picnic with her daughter Hannah and son James. They had spread a checkered blanket on the soft grass in a secluded clearing, sharing sandwiches and fruit while the children played nearby. Susan had been looking forward to this quiet afternoon away from the pressures of her demanding job at a local hospital. The tranquil scene was shattered when Ryan emerged from the tree line, his assault rifle raised and ready. What happened next would become the subject of nightmares for anyone who learned the details. Without warning, without provocation, without a single word of explanation, Ryan opened fire on the innocent family. The rapid staccato of automatic gunfire echoed through the ancient woods as bullets tore through the peaceful afternoon air. Susan Godfrey's screams pierced the forest silence as she desperately tried to shield her children from the incomprehensible violence erupting around them. Ryan's shots were precise and methodical, each bullet finding its intended target with deadly accuracy. The mother fell first, her body crumpling onto the picnic blanket as crimson spread across the cheerful fabric. The children's cries of terror mingled with the continuing gunfire as Ryan systematically eliminated what he perceived as witnesses to his opening act of carnage. The massacre in Savernake Forest lasted less than 5 minutes, but in that brief span, 3 innocent lives were extinguished. The ancient trees that had stood witness to centuries of human history now bore silent testimony to an act of senseless brutality that defied comprehension. Ryan methodically collected his spent shell casings, demonstrating a level of premeditation that made his crimes even more chilling. As emergency services would later discover, Ryan had prepared for this moment with military precision. He carried detailed maps of the area, multiple weapons, hundreds of rounds of ammunition, and even provisions for an extended confrontation with authorities. This was not the impulsive act of a man who had suddenly snapped. It was the calculated beginning of a campaign of terror that would soon engulf an entire community. The forest fell silent once again, save for the gentle rustling of leaves in the afternoon breeze. But this peace was deceptive, masking the horrific scene that lay scattered across what had moments before been a perfect family picnic. Susan Godfrey and her children had become the first victims of Michael Ryan's descent into madness, but they would not be the last. The killer was already moving toward his next target, his bloodlust far from satisfied. As Ryan departed Savernake Forest and headed back toward Hungerford, the true scope of his planned rampage remained unknown to the unsuspecting residents going about their afternoon routines. The town's emergency services had not yet received word of the shooting in the forest. Children continued playing in their gardens, shopkeepers served customers with friendly smiles, and the elderly residents of Hungerford continued their leisurely afternoon strolls, completely unaware that a heavily armed killer was approaching their community with murder in his heart. The stage was set for what would become one of the most shocking and devastating criminal acts in British history. The calm before the storm was about to give way to a tempest of violence that would forever change the character of this peaceful market town and leave scars on the collective memory of the nation that would never fully heal. The transition from the secluded horror of Savernake Forest to the populated streets of Hungerford marked a terrifying escalation in Ryan's methodical campaign of murder. As his Vauxhall Astra crept through the town's peaceful neighborhoods at approximately 1:15 p.m., the killer surveyed his hunting ground with the cold calculation of a predator selecting prey. The weapon that had silenced a family in the woods now bore the scent of gunpowder and death, ready to claim more innocent lives. Southview, a quiet residential street lined with modest terraced houses and well-tended gardens, became the epicenter of Ryan's urban warfare. This was his own neighborhood, where he had lived for years, where residents knew him by name and had watched him grow from an awkward teenager into a troubled young man. Now, he would transform their familiar surroundings into a killing field that would haunt survivors for the rest of their lives. Ryan's first target upon returning to Hungerford was his own sanctuary of violence. For Southview, the house he shared with his elderly mother. Dorothy Ryan was in her kitchen, preparing afternoon tea, when her son burst through the front door with his assault rifle. The woman who had birthed him, raised him, and worried endlessly about his deteriorating mental state, became his next victim in a display of patricidal savagery that defied all human understanding. The sound of gunfire from within the Ryan household shattered the afternoon tranquility of Southview. Neighbors who heard the shots initially dismissed them as Michael's usual target practice, not realizing that Dorothy Ryan lay dying in her own kitchen, her blood pooling on the linoleum floor she had mopped that very morning. The killer methodically set fire to his childhood home, ensuring that evidence of his domestic violence would be consumed by flames that would soon engulf the entire structure. As smoke began billowing from 4 Southview, Ryan emerged from his burning house like a demon from hell, his weapons ready for the next phase of his rampage. The sight that greeted terrified neighbors was nightmarish. A man they had known for years, now transformed into an instrument of death, stalking through their quiet street with military precision and murderous intent. Sheila Mason, an 60-year-old retired schoolteacher, was tending to her prize roses in the front garden of her home when Ryan's shadow fell across her flower bed. She looked up with the polite smile she reserved for neighbors, perhaps intending to comment on the smoke rising from his house, when the barrel of his rifle swung toward her with mechanical precision. The bullets that tore through her frail body sent her collapsing among the thorny stems of the roses she had cultivated with such loving care, her blood mingling with the rich soil she had nurtured for decades. The methodical nature of Ryan's killing spree became increasingly apparent as he moved from house to house along Southview. This was not random violence driven by rage or passion. It was systematic execution carried out with the efficiency of a trained soldier clearing enemy positions. He approached each home with tactical awareness, using cover and concealment techniques he had studied in his survivalist magazines and practiced in the woods behind his house. At number 6 Southview, Ryan encountered Ronald Mason, Sheila's husband, who had rushed outside upon hearing the gunshots that claimed his wife. The 67-year-old man, a veteran of World War II who had survived the beaches of Normandy and the horrors of European warfare, found himself face to face with a different kind of enemy on his own doorstep. Ryan's bullets cut down the old soldier with ruthless efficiency, adding another victim to his growing tally of the dead. The sound of sustained gunfire and the sight of bodies littering the street finally triggered panic among the remaining residents of Southview. Windows slammed shut as terrified families barricaded themselves inside their homes. Parents dragged screaming children away from windows while frantically dialing emergency services. The pleasant afternoon sounds of suburban life, lawnmowers, children playing, dogs barking, were replaced by the sharp crack of rifle fire and the anguished screams of the wounded and dying. Ryan's rampage through Southview demonstrated a level of tactical planning that was as disturbing as it was deadly. He had clearly studied the layout of the neighborhood, identifying sightlines, escape routes, and potential defensive positions. His movements were deliberate and purposeful, suggesting he had mentally rehearsed this scenario many times before putting it into bloody practice. As flames consumed his childhood home, casting an orange glow over the carnage unfolding in the street, Ryan continued his methodical advance. The fire would eventually spread to adjacent properties, adding destruction and chaos to the already horrific scene. The irony was not lost on investigators who would later study the crime. Ryan had literally burned his bridges, destroying any possibility of retreat to his former life. The killer's next victims were discovered in their own front garden, where they had been enjoying the warm afternoon sun. Alan and Marjorie Jackson, both in their 70s, had been sitting in deck chairs outside their home when Ryan appeared at their garden gate. The elderly couple, who had lived through the London Blitz and rationing of World War II, faced their final moments with the dignity of their generation, but no amount of stoic British reserve could protect them from the bullets that ended their long partnership. Ryan's selection of targets seemed to follow no discernible pattern beyond opportunity and proximity. Age, gender, and personal history were irrelevant to his killing calculus. Children, elderly residents, middle-aged adults, all were equally valid targets in his twisted worldview. This randomness added an additional layer of terror to the unfolding tragedy, as survivors realized that no one was safe from his indiscriminate violence. The response from emergency services was swift but initially inadequate for the scope of the crisis unfolding in Hungerford. The first police officers to arrive at Southview were local constables equipped with nothing more powerful than nightsticks and radios. They found themselves woefully outgunned by a killer armed with military-grade weapons and seemingly unlimited ammunition. PC Roger Brereton, a young constable who had joined the force with idealistic dreams of protecting his community, became one of Ryan's victims when he attempted to approach the burning houses on Southview. The officer's courage in the face of overwhelming firepower was representative of the heroism displayed by many first responders that day, but bravery was no match for Ryan's superior armament and tactical positioning. The sight of a uniformed police officer falling to Ryan's bullets sent shock waves through the community of first responders converging on Hungerford. It became clear that this was not a situation that could be resolved with conventional policing methods. Armed response units were urgently requested, but their arrival would take precious time during which Ryan continued to add to his body count. As Ryan moved beyond Southview and into the broader community, his rampage took on an even more terrifying dimension. No longer confined to a single street where residents could potentially barricade themselves indoors, he now had access to schools, shops, public spaces, and the countless innocent people who had no warning of the approaching danger. The killer's route through Hungerford appeared to follow a predetermined plan, suggesting he had spent considerable time studying the town's layout and identifying high-value targets. His familiarity with local geography gave him a significant tactical advantage over responding officers who were unfamiliar with his intended path of destruction. At Hungerford Primary School, staff members noticed the growing plume of smoke from South View and heard the distant sound of gunfire. Acting on instinct and emergency protocols, teachers began evacuating children from playgrounds and locking down classrooms. The sight of armed police vehicles racing past the school gates confirmed their worst fears. Something terrible was happening in their peaceful town. Ryan's appearance near the school triggered a massive emergency response as authorities recognized the potential for mass casualties among the most vulnerable members of the community. The image of a heavily armed killer stalking the grounds where children played was every parent's nightmare made manifest. And the thought of what might happen if he breached the school's modest defenses drove emergency responders to desperate measures. The tactical situation facing law enforcement was unprecedented in British policing. Armed response units trained for urban warfare found themselves trying to track a mobile killer through residential neighborhoods where any miscalculation could result in civilian casualties. Ryan's superior firepower and intimate knowledge of the terrain gave him advantages that traditional police tactics were ill-equipped to counter. As the afternoon wore on and Ryan's body count continued to climb, it became clear that Hungerford was experiencing something entirely new in British criminal history. This was not a domestic dispute that had escalated, not a robbery gone wrong, not a crime of passion or desperation. This was methodical mass murder carried out with military precision by a man who had planned every detail of his campaign of terror. The transformation of South View from a peaceful residential street to a war zone littered with bodies served as a grim preview of what was to come. Ryan had demonstrated that he was willing and able to kill anyone who crossed his path, regardless of age, gender, or personal connection. As he prepared to expand his killing spree into the heart of Hungerford, the full scope of the horror he was capable of inflicting was only beginning to become apparent. The burning houses of South View cast long shadows across the bodies of his victims, creating a hellish landscape that would be seared into the memories of everyone who witnessed it. This was just the beginning of Ryan's rampage, and the worst was yet to come. As Michael Ryan departed the smoldering ruins of South View, leaving behind a trail of corpses and burning homes, the scope of his killing spree expanded exponentially. The narrow confines of his residential street had served as a proving ground for his methods of murder. Now, the entire town of Hungerford lay before him like an open hunting preserve, its unsuspecting residents going about their daily routines completely unaware that death stalked among them. The transformation of Ryan from neighborhood killer to urban terrorist was marked by an escalation in both the randomness and brutality of his attacks. No longer confined to familiar territory where he knew every resident and potential hiding spot, he now moved through the commercial heart of Hungerford with the predatory instincts of a hunter who had tasted blood and craved more. His next killing ground was Fairview Road, a tree-lined avenue that connected the residential areas to the town center. Here, everyday life continued its normal rhythm, even as emergency sirens wailed in the distance and smoke columns rose from South View. Marcus Barnard, a 30-year-old taxi driver, had just dropped off a fare and was returning to his vehicle when Ryan's shadow fell across the pavement. The bullets that ended Barnard's life were fired with the same methodical precision that had characterized all of Ryan's kills, but the setting was jarringly incongruous. A busy street where other pedestrians watched in horror as murder unfolded before their eyes. The psychological impact of witnessing Ryan's street-side executions cannot be overstated. Unlike the relative privacy of Southview, where most killings occurred within garden gates or front yards, these murders happened in full view of multiple witnesses who found themselves helpless to intervene. The sight of a fellow human being gunned down on a public street, in broad daylight, by a killer who showed no emotion or hesitation, shattered fundamental assumptions about safety and civilization that had anchored these people's entire worldview. Ryan's tactical approach to urban killing demonstrated a chilling understanding of crowd psychology and panic responses. Rather than attempting to maximize casualties through indiscriminate spraying of gunfire, he selected individual targets and eliminated them with surgical precision, creating maximum psychological terror among witnesses while conserving ammunition for future encounters. Each killing was designed not just to end a life, but to traumatize observers and spread panic throughout the community. The killer's route through Hungerford streets appeared to follow major thoroughfares and high-traffic areas where his presence would generate maximum disruption and terror. He moved with the confidence of someone who had studied urban warfare tactics and understood how to use civilian environments to his tactical advantage. His behavior suggested extensive preparation and mental rehearsal of scenarios that were now playing out with deadly accuracy. At the John O'Gaunt Secondary School, word of the emergency had reached administrators who immediately implemented lockdown procedures. Students found themselves confined to classrooms with curtains drawn and doors barricaded, while teachers attempted to maintain calm despite their own rising panic. The possibility that an armed killer might target a school full of children represented every educator's worst nightmare, and the responsibility of protecting hundreds of vulnerable young lives weighed heavily on staff members who were themselves struggling to comprehend the unfolding crisis. The school's lockdown created a tense standoff between institutional protection protocols and the unpredictable movements of a killer whose intentions remained unknown. Teachers monitored radio broadcasts for updates while trying to keep their students occupied with quiet activities that wouldn't attract attention from outside the buildings. The normally bustling hallways fell silent except for whispered conversations and the occasional sob from students who had heard disturbing rumors about what was happening in their town. Ryan's appearance near the school grounds triggered an immediate response from armed police units who recognized the catastrophic potential of a mass shooting in an educational facility. The image of children trapped inside classrooms while a heavily armed killer prowled the surrounding streets galvanized law enforcement efforts and elevated the crisis to national significance. This was no longer just a local emergency. It was a potential tragedy that could claim dozens of young lives. The tactical challenges facing police commanders were unprecedented in British law enforcement history. Traditional crowd control and criminal apprehension techniques were inadequate for dealing with a mobile killer armed with military weapons and apparently willing to engage in sustained combat with authorities. The urban environment of Hungerford, with its narrow streets, historic buildings, and numerous hiding places, provided Ryan with significant advantages over pursuing officers. As Ryan continued his rampage through the town center, his victims included people from all walks of life who had simply been in the wrong place at the wrong time. George White, a 60-year-old groundskeeper, was trimming hedges in a public park when Ryan's bullets found him. The randomness of White's selection as a target, he was simply visible and vulnerable, demonstrated the killer's complete disconnection from normal human empathy and his willingness to murder anyone who crossed his path. The progression of Ryan's killing spree revealed a disturbing pattern of escalating boldness and decreasing concern for his own safety. Early murders had been conducted with some attempt at tactical concealment, but as his body count grew, he became increasingly brazen in his approach to target selection and elimination. This evolution suggested either growing confidence in his abilities or a psychological disconnect from the consequences of his actions. Emergency medical services found themselves overwhelmed by the scope and severity of casualties streaming from Ryan's path of destruction. Ambulance crews, trained to handle individual emergencies and traffic accidents, suddenly faced a mass casualty event that stretched their resources and psychological resilience to the breaking point. The sight of multiple gunshot victims, many of them elderly residents and ordinary townspeople, challenged medical personnel who had never experienced anything approaching this level of systematic violence. The killer's tactical use of Hungerford's geography demonstrated extensive local knowledge and careful planning. He avoided areas where he might become trapped or surrounded, while gravitating toward locations that offered multiple escape routes and good sight lines for identifying potential targets. His movements suggested familiarity with police response protocols and an understanding of how law enforcement would attempt to contain and apprehend him. At the Memorial Gardens, a peaceful public space where families often gathered for picnics and children played on swings and slides, Ryan encountered Dorothy Smith, a 58-year-old grandmother who was watching her young granddaughter play. The contrast between the idyllic setting and the savage murder that followed epitomized the horror of Ryan's rampage. The violent intrusion of evil into spaces that represented innocence and community joy. The impact of witnessing such violence in familiar, cherished locations created psychological trauma that extended far beyond the immediate victims. Survivors would struggle for years to reconcile their memories of peaceful community spaces with the images of blood and death that Ryan had superimposed on these locations. The Memorial Gardens, once a place of reflection and family happiness, became a crime scene that would haunt visitors for generations. Ryan's interaction with emergency responders revealed the calculating nature of his violence. When ambulance crews attempted to reach wounded victims, he would position himself to threaten rescue efforts without directly engaging medical personnel. This tactical approach suggested he understood the psychological impact of preventing aid from reaching his victims while demonstrating restraint that made his overall behavior even more chilling. The killer's apparent ability to distinguish between different categories of emergency responders, showing some restraint around medical personnel while actively targeting police officers, indicated a level of tactical sophistication that contradicted simple explanations of mental breakdown or impulsive violence. His actions suggested careful consideration of strategic objectives and an understanding of how different responses would affect the overall dynamics of his rampage. As afternoon shadows lengthened across Hungerford's blood-stained streets, Ryan's movement pattern began to converge on the town's primary school. The possibility that he might attempt to force entry into a building containing hundreds of children created unprecedented urgency among law enforcement commanders who recognized that traditional containment strategies might be inadequate to prevent a massacre of innocents. The convergence of multiple emergency services, police, medical, fire, and military units on Hungerford created a complex command and control situation that challenged existing protocols for multi-agency response. The unprecedented nature of Ryan's rampage meant that responders were essentially improvising tactics and strategies in real time while trying to prevent further casualties among both civilians and emergency personnel. Ryan's psychological state during this phase of his rampage appeared to reflect a complete dissociation from normal human emotions. Witnesses described his demeanor as calm and methodical, showing no signs of agitation, excitement, or remorse. He moved through the streets of Hungerford like a man completing routine tasks, pausing to reload weapons with the same casual efficiency most people might display while checking their watch or adjusting their clothing. The systematic nature of Ryan's killings, combined with his apparent emotional detachment from the violence he was inflicting, created a uniquely terrifying aspect to his crimes. This was not the explosive rage of someone who had reached a breaking point. It was the calculated execution of a plan that had been carefully developed and methodically implemented. The community of Hungerford found itself at the mercy of a killer whose motivations remained completely opaque and whose next moves were impossible to predict. As Ryan's rampage continued through the heart of their community, residents who had initially dismissed the distant sounds of gunfire as construction noise or fireworks began to understand that something unprecedented was happening in their peaceful town. The reality that a mass murderer was stalking their streets, killing their neighbors with systematic efficiency, shattered every assumption about safety and security that had defined their lives in this quiet corner of England. The late afternoon sun cast long, ominous shadows across Hungerford as Michael Ryan's killing spree reached its climactic phase. By 4 p.m., his methodical campaign of terror had claimed 13 lives and left an entire community paralyzed with fear. The streets that had once bustled with everyday activity now resembled a war zone, littered with the bodies of innocent victims and echoing with the distant wail of emergency sirens. Yet Ryan was far from finished with his deadly work. The killer's movement pattern during this final phase revealed a man who understood that his rampage was approaching its inevitable conclusion. Rather than attempting to escape or find hiding places that might prolong his freedom, he seemed drawn toward confrontation with the growing army of law enforcement personnel converging on Hungerford. This shift from opportunistic killing to active engagement with authorities marked a dangerous escalation that would claim more lives before the day was over. Ryan's approach to Hungerford Primary School represented the most terrifying moment of his entire rampage. The thought of a heavily armed killer targeting a building full of children galvanized every parent in the community and created unprecedented urgency among emergency responders. Inside the school, teachers had barricaded doors and windows while keeping their young charges as quiet as possible. Many of the children too frightened to fully understand why their normal school day had transformed into a nightmare of whispered voices and drawn curtains. The school's lockdown procedures, never before tested in a real emergency, proved both effective and psychologically devastating. Children who had been playing happily just hours earlier now huddled in darkened classrooms, some crying softly while others stared with the wide-eyed confusion of innocents who who couldn't comprehend why adults were so frightened. Teachers struggled to maintain composure while monitoring radio communications that painted an increasingly grim picture of the violence unfolding outside their protective walls. As Ryan prowled the school's perimeter, his presence was detected by police spotters who had positioned themselves on nearby rooftops. The sight of the killer moving through the playground area where children normally ran and played created a surreal juxtaposition of ultimate evil in a place designed for innocence and learning. Armed response units moved into position with the grim understanding that any confrontation near the school risked collateral damage among the community's most vulnerable members. The tactical situation facing law enforcement had evolved into something resembling urban warfare. Ryan's superior firepower and intimate knowledge of Hungerford's geography gave him significant advantages over pursuing officers, many of whom were equipped with nothing more than standard police weapons inadequate for engaging a suspect armed with military-grade assault rifles. The arrival of specialist firearms units from neighboring counties provided additional firepower, but coordinating multiple agencies in an active shooter scenario proved challenging. Ryan's behavior during his approach to the school demonstrated the same methodical calculation that had characterized his entire rampage. He moved with tactical awareness, using buildings and terrain features for cover while maintaining sightlines that would allow him to engage any approaching officers. His actions suggested extensive preparation and a clear understanding of how law enforcement would respond to his presence near a school full of children. The psychological pressure on police commanders was immense. Every decision carried the potential for catastrophic consequences, whether through action or inaction. Aggressive tactics might provoke Ryan into storming the school, but passive approaches risked allowing him to claim more victims among the civilian population. The weight of responsibility for hundreds of young lives created decision-making paralysis that was broken only by Ryan's own actions. At approximately 4:45 p.m., Ryan made his final tactical mistake. Attempting to gain access to the school through a side entrance, he exposed himself to crossfire from police positions that had been carefully established during the preceding hour. The engagement that followed was brief but decisive, marking the beginning of the end for Britain's most notorious mass killer. The gunfight at Hungerford Primary School lasted less than 10 minutes, but involved hundreds of rounds of ammunition fired by both Ryan and law enforcement personnel. The sound of sustained automatic weapons fire echoing across the school playground created an apocalyptic soundtrack that would haunt survivors for the rest of their lives. Inside the school, teachers pressed children to the floor and covered them with their own bodies while bullets shattered windows and splintered wooden doors. Ryan's final retreat took him away from the school and toward the town center, but his tactical position had been fundamentally compromised. Multiple wounds from police gunfire had reduced his mobility and accuracy, while the encirclement by armed response units had eliminated most of his escape routes. The systematic hunter who had terrorized Hungerford for hours was now being hunted himself, and his pursuers were closing in with professional efficiency. The killer's last stand unfolded at the Hungerford Sports and Social Club, a community building where local residents gathered for meetings, celebrations, and recreational activities. Ryan's choice of this location for his final confrontation seemed to carry symbolic significance. He would make his last stand in a place that represented the community bonds and social connections he had spent the day systematically destroying. Inside the sports club, Ryan barricaded himself with tables and chairs while maintaining fields of fire toward the entrances. His tactical position was strong but not impregnable, and the wounds he had sustained during the school engagement were affecting his ability to maintain accurate fire. The methodical killer who had executed 13 people with surgical precision was now fighting for his own survival against overwhelming odds. The siege of the sports club created a tense standoff that would define the final chapter of the Hungerford massacre. Police negotiators attempted to establish communication with Ryan, hoping to end the crisis without further bloodshed, but the killer showed no interest in surrender or negotiation. His responses to attempts at dialogue were limited to sporadic gunfire that demonstrated his continued willingness to fight to the death. As evening approached, the character of the crisis began to shift from active rampage to static siege. Ryan's movement was now confined to a single building, allowing emergency services to establish secure perimeters and begin the process of treating wounded victims who had been trapped in the danger zone throughout the afternoon. The absence of ongoing street-to-street killing allowed the community to begin processing the magnitude of what had occurred. The psychological impact of the day's events was becoming apparent as survivors emerged from hiding places where they had sheltered during Ryan's rampage. Many were in states of severe shock, unable to process the reality that their peaceful community had become the site of Britain's worst mass shooting. The contrast between the morning's normalcy and the afternoon's horror created a cognitive dissonance that would require years of therapy and community healing to address. Inside the sports club, Ryan's condition was deteriorating rapidly. The combination of gunshot wounds, blood loss, and psychological exhaustion was taking its toll on a man who had maintained superhuman focus and energy throughout his killing spree. The assault rifle that had claimed so many innocent lives now felt impossibly heavy in his weakening hands. At approximately 6:30 p.m., the sustained gunfire from within the sports club suddenly ceased. The silence that followed was more ominous than the previous sounds of combat, suggesting that the final phase of the crisis was approaching. Police commanders faced the difficult decision of whether to assault the building or wait for further developments, knowing that Ryan might be wounded, dead, or preparing for a final desperate attack. The tactical assault on the sports club was launched at 7:15 p.m. after police spotters confirmed that no movement could be detected inside the building. Armed officers breached the entrances simultaneously, while others maintained overwatch positions to prevent any escape attempts. The building's interior was shrouded in darkness, broken only by the tactical lights mounted on police weapons that cut through the gloom like deadly searchlights. What they discovered inside would bring the Hungerford massacre to its final, shocking conclusion. Michael Ryan, the man who had terrorized an entire community and murdered 16 innocent people, was found slumped against a wall in the club's main hall. The assault rifle that had been his instrument of death lay beside him, its barrel still warm from the day's carnage. But Ryan would not face justice in a courtroom. He had taken his own life with a single gunshot to the head, choosing to end his rampage on his own terms rather than surrender to the authorities who had finally cornered him. The sight of Ryan's body brought mixed emotions to the officers who had spent hours hunting him through Hungerford streets. Relief that the killing had finally stopped was tempered by frustration that the perpetrator would never face trial for his crimes. The families of his victims would never have the opportunity to confront their loved one's killer or hear him explain his motivations for the senseless violence that had torn their community apart. As word of Ryan's death spread through the emergency response network, the massive law enforcement operation that had converged on Hungerford began the complex process of standing down. Armed officers who had prepared for a prolonged siege found themselves securing a crime scene instead of engaging in combat. The transition from active crisis to criminal investigation marked the beginning of a new phase in the community's ordeal, the long, painful process of understanding what had happened and why. The final casualty count from Ryan's rampage was devastating in its scope and randomness. 16 people had lost their lives, ranging in age from young children to elderly grandparents. The victims represented a cross-section of Hungerford's population: teachers, shopkeepers, retirees, and ordinary residents whose only crime had been living their normal lives on what should have been an ordinary Wednesday afternoon. Among the dead was PC Roger Brereton, the young police constable who had courageously attempted to stop Ryan's advance through Southview despite being hopelessly outgunned. His sacrifice exemplified the heroism displayed by emergency responders who rushed toward danger while civilians fled to safety. Brereton left behind a wife and young children, becoming a symbol of the price paid by those who serve and protect their communities. The investigation that followed Ryan's death revealed the extensive planning that had gone into his killing spree. Searches of his burned home uncovered detailed maps of Hungerford with potential targets marked, survivalist literature, and evidence of months of preparation for what he had termed his mission. The methodical nature of his preparations contradicted any suggestion that the massacre had been an impulsive act of violence. Forensic analysis of Ryan's weapons and ammunition revealed that he had fired over 100 rounds during his rampage, with a hit rate that demonstrated considerable marksmanship skills developed through years of practice in the woods around Hungerford. His shooting accuracy, combined with his tactical movement through the town, painted a picture of a man who had transformed himself into a killing machine through careful preparation and training. The psychological autopsy conducted on Ryan provided few satisfying answers about his motivations. Mental health experts found evidence of paranoid ideation, social isolation, and obsessive behavior, but no clear trigger that explained why August 19, 1987, became the day he decided to act on his violent fantasies. The absence of a manifesto or clear statement of purpose left investigators and the community struggling to understand what had driven him to commit such horrific acts. The aftermath of the Hungerford massacre sent shockwaves throughout British society and prompted fundamental changes in the nation's approach to gun control. The ease with which Ryan had legally acquired his arsenal of weapons highlighted serious flaws in existing firearms regulations that had allowed a clearly unstable individual to build a personal armory capable of mass destruction. Public outcry following the massacre led directly to the passage of the Firearms Amendment Act 1988, which banned the ownership of semi-automatic rifles and imposed strict new controls on shotgun ownership. The legislation effectively ended the traditional British approach to firearms regulation and established some of the strictest gun control laws in the world. Ryan's rampage had not only claimed 16 lives, but had also fundamentally altered the relationship between British citizens and firearms. For the survivors of the Hungerford massacre, the end of Ryan's killing spree marked the beginning of a different kind of ordeal. The trauma of witnessing such systematic violence in their peaceful community would affect residents for years to come. Many struggled with post-traumatic stress disorder, depression, and anxiety that made it difficult to resume normal lives in a place that now held such horrific memories. The town of Hungerford itself bore physical and psychological scars that would take years to heal. The burned ruins of Southview stood as a grim reminder of the day terror visited their community, while memorial services and commemorative plaques served as focal points for collective grief and remembrance. The challenge facing residents was how to honor the memory of the victims while finding a way to move forward and rebuild their sense of safety and community. The media attention that followed the massacre brought unwanted notoriety to Hungerford, transforming the quiet market town into a symbol of senseless violence. Journalists and curiosity seekers descended on the community, adding to the stress experienced by residents who were still processing their trauma. The intrusion of outside attention complicated the healing process and made it difficult for survivors to grieve privately. As darkness fell over Hungerford on the evening of August 19, 1987, the town that had awakened to an ordinary summer day was forever changed. The streets that had echoed with children's laughter now bore bloodstains that would take weeks to wash away. The community that had prided itself on neighborly trust and unlocked doors now faced the reality that evil could emerge from within their own midst. The Hungerford massacre stands as one of the most shocking criminal acts in British history, not only for the number of lives lost, but for the way it shattered assumptions about safety and security in small-town England. Michael Ryan's rampage demonstrated that mass violence was not confined to urban areas or foreign conflicts. It could erupt anywhere, at any time, carried out by someone who appeared to be an ordinary member of the community. The legacy of that terrible day continues to influence British society decades later. The strict gun control laws enacted in response to Ryan's crimes have prevented similar massacres, while the memory of Hungerford serves as a sobering reminder of the potential for human evil. The 16 people who lost their lives on August 19, 1987, became unwilling martyrs in the cause of public safety, their deaths serving as a catalyst for reforms that may have saved countless other lives. In the end, Michael Ryan's attempt to achieve notoriety through mass murder succeeded only in highlighting the resilience and strength of the human spirit. The community of Hungerford, though scarred by his violence, refused to be defined by his actions. They honored their dead, supported their survivors, and slowly rebuilt their lives on foundations of mutual support and shared determination to never let evil triumph over good. The Hungerford massacre remains a stark reminder that the price of civilized society is constant vigilance against those who would destroy it. The memory of that August afternoon serves as both a warning and a call to action, a demand that we never become complacent about the potential for violence that lurks in the shadows of even the most peaceful communities. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to hear where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss the next true crime story to help you drift off to sleep. Now, let's move on to our third story. Story 3, Tyler Hadley, the party that ended in blood. What if I told you that while teenagers danced to pounding music, laughed at jokes, and sipped stolen alcohol, just 30 feet away, two bodies lay battered and lifeless? What if I revealed that the host of this party, a 17-year-old boy with a charming smile, had spent the afternoon wielding a hammer with the cold precision of a seasoned killer? This isn't fiction. This isn't a nightmare you can wake up from. This is the true story of Tyler Hadley, a teenager who turned his family home into a house of horrors, then threw the party of his life while his parents' blood still stained the walls. On July 16, 2011, the quiet suburban streets of Port St. Lucie, Florida, witnessed an evil so calculated, so chilling, that it would forever shatter the illusion of teenage innocence. Tyler Hadley didn't just commit murder, he orchestrated a celebration of death, transforming his home into a macabre theater where dozens of unsuspecting guests became unwitting witnesses to the aftermath of his savagery. The hammer fell 29 times. 29 crushing blows that ended two lives and began a night of deception so twisted that even seasoned detectives would struggle to comprehend its darkness. As we peel back the layers of this horrifying tale, you'll discover how a seemingly ordinary teenager became a monster capable of unspeakable brutality, how he fooled an entire party full of people while corpses lay mere steps away, and how his web of lies finally unraveled in the most shocking confession in Florida's criminal history. Prepare yourself. What you're about to witness will challenge everything you think you know about evil, family, and the demons that can lurk behind the most innocent faces. The scorching Florida sun beat down mercilessly on July 16, 2011, but inside the Hadley household at 371 Grandeur Avenue, a different kind of heat was building, the suffocating tension that precedes an explosion of violence. Tyler Hadley, 17 years old with sandy brown hair and the kind of easy smile that made adults trust him instantly, was about to cross a line from which there would be no return. The day began like any other summer Saturday in Port St. Lucie, a city known more for its retirement communities and golf courses than teenage bloodbaths. Blake and Mary Jo Hadley, both in their 50s, had settled into their weekend routine. Blake, a computer technician with graying temples and gentle eyes, was tinkering with electronics in the garage. Mary Jo, a part-time librarian whose laugh could fill a room, was catching up on household chores. Neither parent could have imagined that their loving son, the boy they had raised, nurtured, and protected, was already planning their deaths with the meticulous care of a seasoned predator. But Tyler Hadley was far from ordinary. Behind his boyish charm and seemingly normal exterior lurked something sinister, something that had been growing like a malignant tumor in the depths of his psyche. Friends would later describe him as popular, funny, someone who could light up a room. Teachers remembered him as average, not brilliant, but not troublesome either. Yet somewhere in the labyrinthine corridors of his mind, a darkness had taken root, fed by resentment, anger, and a growing disconnect from reality. The warning signs had been there, scattered like breadcrumbs leading to this horrific moment. Tyler had been experimenting with prescription drugs, stealing pills from medicine cabinets and mixing them with alcohol in combinations that would make a pharmacist shudder. His grades had begun to slip, not dramatically, but enough for concerned teachers to send notes home. He had become increasingly defiant with his parents, testing boundaries with the persistence of a predator probing for weakness. More disturbing were the violent fantasies he had begun sharing with select friends. He talked about wanting to get rid of his parents, describing elaborate scenarios with a casualness that should have sent chills down anyone's spine. Some dismissed it as typical teenage rebellion, the kind of dark humor that adolescents use to cope with the suffocating oversight of parental authority. Others felt an inexplicable unease, a primal recognition that Tyler's words carried a weight that transcended normal teenage angst. The Hadley home itself seemed to mirror the growing dysfunction within its walls. What had once been a warm, welcoming sanctuary had become a battlefield of silent tensions and unspoken resentments. Blake and Mary Jo, like countless parents before them, struggled to connect with their increasingly distant son. They tried grounding him, taking away privileges, seeking counseling, all the recommended interventions that work with normal teenagers experiencing normal problems. But Tyler Hadley was not normal, and his problems ran far deeper than any parent could comprehend. On this particular Saturday, Tyler had consumed a cocktail of prescription medications that would have hospitalized most people. Ecstasy, OxyContin, and alcohol coursed through his system, creating a toxic symphony that amplified every violent impulse, every resentful thought, every dark fantasy he had ever entertained. But these substances didn't create the monster. They simply removed the final barriers that had kept it caged. The plan had been forming in Tyler's mind for weeks, perhaps months. He had studied his parents' routines, noting when they were most vulnerable, when they would be alone and unsuspecting. He had researched methods, searching the internet for information about weapons, crime scenes, and how to avoid detection. This wasn't a crime of passion or a moment of uncontrolled rage. This was premeditated murder, calculated and cold-blooded in its conception. As the afternoon shadows grew longer, Tyler made his final preparations. He had already sent out invitations for a party that evening, promising friends an epic celebration at his house. The irony was lost on him, or perhaps it was exactly the point. He would commit the most heinous act imaginable, then celebrate with dozens of witnesses, dancing literally over his parents' graves. The hammer he chose was unremarkable, a standard claw hammer from Blake's toolbox, the kind found in millions of American homes. In Tyler's hands, however, it would become an instrument of unimaginable brutality, a weapon that would shatter not only skulls but the very foundation of suburban safety and trust. Blake Hadley was the first to die. At approximately 4:30 p.m., as he worked quietly in the garage, Tyler approached from behind with the stealth of a seasoned killer. The first blow caught Blake completely off guard, striking the back of his skull with a sickening crack that echoed through the enclosed space. Blake, a man who had worked with his hands his entire life, a father who had taught his son to ride a bicycle and throw a baseball, collapsed instantly, his tools scattering across the concrete floor. But Tyler wasn't finished. The drugs in his system, combined with whatever darkness had consumed his soul, demanded more violence, more destruction. He raised the hammer again and again, each blow more vicious than the last, until Blake Hadley's head was nothing more than a pulverized mass of bone and brain tissue. Blood splattered across the garage walls, creating abstract patterns that would haunt crime scene investigators for years to come. Mary Jo's fate was equally brutal, equally senseless. When she came to check on her husband, wondering about the strange noises from the garage, Tyler was waiting. The woman who had given birth to him, who had nursed him through childhood illnesses and celebrated every small achievement, became his second victim. The hammer fell 17 times, each blow delivered with the mechanical precision of someone who had already crossed the line into madness. The savagery of the attacks defied comprehension. Tyler didn't simply kill his parents. He obliterated them, reducing two human beings to unrecognizable masses of flesh and bone. The garage floor became a lake of blood, the walls painted with the evidence of unthinkable brutality. Yet when it was over, when Blake and Mary Jo Hadley lay dead at their son's feet, Tyler felt no remorse, no horror at what he had done. Instead, he felt a strange sense of liberation, as if he had finally broken free from some invisible chain that had been binding him. The cleanup was methodical, almost professional in its thoroughness. Tyler wrapped the bodies in towels and comforters, dragging them to his parents' bedroom where he positioned them on the bed and covered them with additional bedding. He scrubbed the garage floor, removing as much blood as possible, though traces would remain that would later seal his fate. He changed his clothes, showered, and began preparing for the party that would cap off the most horrific day in Port St. Lucie's history. As evening approached, Tyler's phone buzzed with messages from friends confirming their attendance at what they thought would be a typical teenage party. They had no idea they were walking into a house of death, no concept that their host had just committed double murder with the same casual indifference most teenagers reserved for video games. The stage was set for one of the most disturbing parties in criminal history, a celebration of death hosted by a teenage psychopath who had just discovered the intoxicating power of ultimate control. As the first guests began arriving at 371 Grandeur Avenue, Tyler Hadley stood in his doorway, smiling that same charming smile that had fooled everyone for 17 years, ready to prove that some monsters hide in plain sight. The bass line from the stereo system thundered through the walls of 371 Grandeur Avenue as Tyler Hadley's party roared to life. By 9 p.m., nearly 60 teenagers had crowded into the modest three-bedroom home, their laughter and conversation creating a wall of sound that masked the sinister truth lying just 30 feet away. What these unsuspecting partygoers didn't realize was that they were participating in the most macabre celebration in criminal history. A twisted carnival where the host had just brutally murdered his own parents and was now reveling in his newfound freedom. Tyler moved through his guests like a predator savoring his territory. His eyes held an unnatural brightness, a manic gleam that some attributed to party excitement, but was actually the aftermath of extreme violence. He had consumed additional drugs since the murders, a dangerous cocktail of ecstasy and prescription pills that elevated his mood to euphoric heights while simultaneously disconnecting him further from reality. To his friends, he seemed unusually animated, almost giddy with an energy that bordered on hysteria. "My parents went out of town," Tyler announced to anyone who would listen, his voice carrying a strange undertone that made some guests unconsciously uncomfortable. "We have the whole place to ourselves all weekend." The lie rolled off his tongue with practiced ease, each word carefully crafted to explain away any suspicious circumstances that might arise. He had rehearsed this deception during the hours between the murders and the party, perfecting his performance with the dedication of a method actor. Sarah Martinez, a classmate who had known Tyler since middle school, later recalled feeling unsettled by his behavior that night. "He kept talking about how great it felt to be free," she testified during the trial. "He said his parents had been holding him back, but now he could do whatever he wanted. At the time, I thought he was just being dramatic about having the house to himself, but looking back, there was something really dark in the way he said it. The party had all the hallmarks of a typical teenage gathering: underage drinking, loud music, couples disappearing into dark corners, and the general chaos that erupts when adolescents are given free rein. Beer cans accumulated on every surface. The carpet became sticky with spilled alcohol, and the air grew thick with the smell of teenage sweat and cheap cologne. But underneath this veneer of normalcy lurked an unspeakable horror that would haunt every attendee for the rest of their lives. Tyler positioned himself strategically throughout the evening, always within sight of the hallway that led to his parents' bedroom. He seemed hyper-aware of every guest's movement, intercepting anyone who wandered too close to the forbidden area with the smooth efficiency of a seasoned security guard. "Off limits," he would say with a grin that never quite reached his eyes. "My parents would kill me if anyone went back there." The cruel irony of his words would only become apparent later, when the full scope of his deception was revealed. Michael Mandel, Tyler's best friend since elementary school, became the unwitting recipient of Tyler's most disturbing confidence. As the party reached its peak around 11 p.m., Tyler pulled Michael aside, his face flushed with chemical enhancement and something far more sinister. "I need to tell you something," Tyler whispered, his breath hot against Michael's ear. "Something incredible happened today." What followed was a confession so shocking, so utterly unthinkable, that Michael initially assumed it was some kind of sick joke. Tyler described the murders in vivid detail, his voice filled with a pride that made Michael's skin crawl. He talked about the planning, the execution, the cleanup, all delivered with the casual tone someone might use to describe a particularly good movie they had seen. The hammer blows, the blood, the way his parents' bodies had fallen. Tyler recounted every horrific detail with the enthusiasm of someone sharing a favorite memory. "They're in the bedroom right now," Tyler concluded, gesturing toward the back of the house where party sounds grew noticeably quieter. "Want to see?" Michael's initial reaction was disbelief mixed with revulsion. This couldn't be real. Tyler was known for dark humor and outrageous stories, but this crossed every line of decency and sanity. Yet something in Tyler's demeanor, the unflinching eye contact, the absence of any hint that this was fabrication, sent ice water through Michael's veins. This wasn't a joke. This wasn't teenage bravado. This was a confession to double murder, delivered at a party where dozens of people were dancing and drinking mere steps away from the crime scene. "You're lying," Michael managed to whisper, his voice barely audible above the music. Tyler's smile widened, revealing teeth that seemed too white, too sharp. "Come and see for yourself." The journey down that hallway became a descent into hell for Michael Mandel. Each step felt like a betrayal of everything he thought he knew about his friend, about the world, about the nature of evil itself. Tyler moved ahead with the confidence of a tour guide showing off a prized attraction, stopping occasionally to point out details that only he could see. A bloodstain on the carpet, a slight discoloration on the wall where he had cleaned up evidence. The bedroom door was closed, but not locked. Tyler turned the handle with theatrical flourish, pushing the door open to reveal a scene that would be burned into Michael's memory forever. The shapes under the blankets were unmistakably human, positioned with the care of someone arranging a grotesque art installation. The smell hit Michael immediately, a metallic sweetness that made his stomach lurch and his knees buckle. "Mom and Dad," Tyler announced with the same tone he might use to introduce celebrities at a red carpet event. "They won't be bothering us anymore." Michael's world shattered in that moment. The friend he had known since childhood, the boy who had shared birthday parties and sleepovers, who had been his confidant and partner in countless teenage adventures, had become something monstrous, something that defied every category of human behavior he understood. The bodies under those blankets weren't abstract concepts or fictional characters. They were real people, Tyler's own parents, brutally murdered by their own son. The party continued to rage around them, oblivious to the horror that had just been revealed. Teenagers danced in the living room, played beer pong in the kitchen, and made out on the couches, all while Blake and Mary Jo Hadley's corpses lay cooling in the master bedroom. Tyler seemed energized by Michael's shock, feeding off the fear and revulsion in his friend's eyes like a vampire drawing sustenance from blood. "You can't tell anyone," Tyler warned, his voice dropping to a whisper that carried more menace than any scream. "This is our secret now. You're part of this." But Michael was already backing away, his mind reeling with the implications of what he had witnessed. He stumbled through the party, pushing past laughing teenagers who had no idea they were celebrating in a charnel house. The music seemed distorted now, the laughter hollow and mocking. Every face looked sinister. Every shadow seemed to hide additional horrors. Tyler followed him, maintaining his role as the perfect host while simultaneously monitoring his friend's every move. He refilled drinks, told jokes, and posed for photos with the casual ease of someone who hadn't just revealed himself to be a cold-blooded killer. But his eyes never left Michael, tracking him with the intensity of a predator watching potentially dangerous prey. The party reached its crescendo around midnight, with nearly 70 people packed into the modest home. They danced over the bloodstains Tyler had scrubbed from the garage floor, laughed in rooms where screams had echoed just hours before, and celebrated life in a house where death had taken up residence. The irony was lost on everyone except Tyler, who seemed to draw perverse pleasure from the juxtaposition of joy and horror, innocence and corruption. As the night wore on, more guests began to notice Tyler's unusual behavior. He was talking too fast, laughing too loud, and his eyes held a wildness that made some people instinctively uncomfortable. Several attendees later reported feeling an inexplicable urge to leave early, as if some primal part of their brain recognized danger, even when their conscious minds couldn't identify its source. "There was something off about the whole thing," recalled Jessica Chin, a junior from Tyler's school. "The house felt wrong somehow. Tyler kept saying weird things about freedom and getting rid of problems, and he had this look in his eyes like he was seeing things the rest of us couldn't see. I left around 1 a.m. because I couldn't shake the feeling that something terrible was about to happen." Jessica's instincts were correct, though the terrible thing had already happened. As the party finally began to wind down in the early hours of July 17th, Tyler Hadley stood among the debris of his celebration, empty beer cans, pizza boxes, and the scattered detritus of teenage revelry, knowing that he had pulled off the performance of his life. He had murdered his parents in cold blood, then hosted a party that would be remembered by everyone who attended, though not for the reasons they expected. The last guests stumbled out into the humid Florida night around 3 a.m., leaving Tyler alone in his house of horrors. As he surveyed the damage from the party, the inevitable aftermath of dozens of teenagers given free rein. He felt a sense of satisfaction that went far beyond normal teenage rebelliousness. He had proven to himself that he was capable of anything, that the normal rules and constraints that governed other people's behavior simply didn't apply to him. But Tyler's euphoria was about to collide with a harsh reality that even his drug-addled mind hadn't fully considered. Michael Mandel was struggling with the weight of what he had witnessed, and the burden of keeping such a monstrous secret was proving impossible to bear. As dawn broke over Port St. Lucie, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold that seemed obscenely beautiful given the circumstances, the clock was already ticking toward Tyler's inevitable downfall. The party was over, but the real horror was just beginning. The humid Florida dawn of July 17, 2011, crept through the windows of 371 Grandeur Avenue like an unwelcome witness to the previous night's festivities. Empty beer bottles stood sentinel across coffee tables and countertops, their amber glass catching the early light and casting fractured shadows across Tyler Hadley's face as he surveyed the wreckage of his celebration. Pizza boxes lay scattered like cardboard tombstones, and the lingering smell of stale alcohol mixed with something far more sinister, the metallic scent of death that seemed to permeate every corner of the house despite his frantic cleaning efforts. Tyler moved through his home like a specter, his euphoria from the night before beginning to fade as the cocktail of drugs in his system slowly metabolized. The silence was deafening after hours of pounding music and teenage laughter, broken only by the steady drip of a bathroom faucet and the occasional creak of settling floorboards. But it was a different kind of silence that truly unnerved him, the absolute, eternal quiet emanating from his parents' bedroom, where Blake and Mary Jo Hadley lay undiscovered beneath layers of blood-soaked bedding. Michael Mandel hadn't slept. He had returned to his own home in the early hours of the morning, but rest proved impossible as Tyler's confession played on an endless loop in his mind. The images from that bedroom, those unmistakable shapes under the blankets, the smell, Tyler's proud smile as he revealed his handiwork, had burned themselves into his memory with the permanence of a brand. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw Blake Hadley's toolbox, scattered and innocent, in a garage that had become a slaughterhouse. The weight of the secret pressed down on Michael like a physical force, making it difficult to breathe, impossible to think clearly. He understood, with the clarity that comes from witnessing true evil, that he was now connected to something monstrous. Tyler's words echoed in his head. "You're part of this now." The implication was clear. By witnessing the bodies and keeping silent, Michael had become complicit in the horror. As Sunday morning progressed, Tyler's behavior grew increasingly erratic. The artificial confidence that had carried him through the party began to crack, revealing glimpses of the panic and desperation lurking underneath. He called several friends, ostensibly to thank them for coming to the party, but those conversations took on an increasingly manic quality that left recipients feeling unsettled and confused. "He kept asking if we had fun," remembered Ashley Rodriguez, who had attended the party with several friends. But he was asking it over and over, like he needed constant reassurance. And he kept bringing up weird stuff about how the party proved he could handle anything, that he wasn't just some kid anymore. It was like he was trying to convince himself of something. The Hadley house, meanwhile, was becoming a fortress of deception. Tyler had unplugged the landline phone and was monitoring his cell phone obsessively, screening every call and text message with paranoid intensity. He had also begun crafting an elaborate backstory to explain his parents' continued absence, telling neighbors and family members that Blake and Mary Jo had decided to extend a weekend trip, taking advantage of the beautiful weather to visit relatives in Georgia. But maintaining such an extensive web of lies required constant vigilance, and Tyler's drug-addled mind was beginning to struggle with the complexity of his own deceptions. Details began to conflict. First, he claimed his parents were visiting his aunt, then his grandmother. The duration of their supposed trip kept changing, growing longer each time someone asked when they would return. To those who knew the Hadleys well, these inconsistencies were glaring red flags that something was seriously wrong. Mary Jo's sister, Patricia, was among the first to express genuine concern. Blake and Mary Jo were creatures of habit who rarely traveled impulsively and never without extensive planning. The idea that they would suddenly decide to extend a weekend trip without proper notice was completely out of character. When Patricia called the house Sunday evening, Tyler's explanation sounded rehearsed and hollow, delivered with the wooden cadence of someone reciting lines from a script. Something in his voice was just wrong, Patricia later testified. I've known Tyler since he was a baby, and I could tell he was lying about something. But I never imagined. Who could imagine something like that? As Sunday night descended, Michael Mandel reached his breaking point. The burden of knowledge had become unbearable, transforming every moment of silence into a form of torture. He found himself jumping at shadows, startling at every unexpected sound, as if Blake and Mary Jo's spirits were haunting him for his complicity in concealing their deaths. The rational part of his mind understood that he needed to contact the authorities, but the terrified teenager in him was paralyzed by the implications of such a decision. Tyler, sensing his friend's distress through a series of increasingly frantic text messages, made a fatal error in judgment. Rather than allowing Michael space to process what he had witnessed, Tyler began applying pressure, alternating between threats and pleas in a desperate attempt to maintain control over the situation. His messages grew increasingly unhinged, revealing a mind that was rapidly losing its grip on reality. "You better not say anything," read one text sent at 11:47 p.m. "I know where you live." But just 12 minutes later, a follow-up message struck a completely different tone. "I'm scared, man. I don't know what's happening to me. Please don't abandon me." These contradictory communications painted a portrait of someone in complete psychological freefall, cycling between predatory threats and desperate vulnerability with the speed of a mental patient experiencing a severe episode. For Michael, they provided a terrifying glimpse into the true nature of his friend's deteriorating mental state and confirmed his worst fears about what Tyler might be capable of if cornered. The breaking point came at 3:17 a.m. on Monday, July 18th, when Michael's phone buzzed with a message that would change everything. "I'm coming over. We need to talk." The idea of Tyler showing up at his house in his current mental state filled Michael with a terror so profound it felt like drowning. He could envision Tyler arriving with the same hammer he had used on his parents, ready to silence the only witness to his crimes with the same brutal efficiency he had demonstrated 36 hours earlier. In that moment of absolute panic, Michael made the decision that would ultimately save his own life and bring justice to Blake and Mary Jo Hadley. His hands shaking so violently he could barely dial, Michael called 911. 911, what's your emergency? The words tumbled out in a rush of terror and guilt. My friend killed his parents. They're dead in his house. He told me last night at a party. I saw the bodies. The dispatcher's training kicked in immediately, her voice remaining calm and professional despite the shocking nature of the call. She began asking the systematic questions designed to verify the credibility of the report and gather essential information for responding officers. Michael answered each query with the mechanical precision of someone in shock, providing Tyler's address, a description of what he had witnessed, and his own contact information. As Michael spoke to the dispatcher, Tyler Hadley was driving through the empty streets of Port St. Lucie, his mind racing with plans and contingencies and increasingly desperate schemes to contain the situation. He had no way of knowing that his house was already under surveillance, that police units were taking positions around the perimeter of his property, that the elaborate facade he had constructed was about to come crashing down with the force of an avalanche. The Hadley home at 371 Grandeur Avenue had been transformed from a suburban sanctuary into a crime scene, though the yellow tape and forensic teams were still hours away. Inside, 2 bodies lay cooling in the master bedroom while their killer drove through the night, believing he still had control over his narrative, still convinced that his superior intelligence and careful planning would see him through this temporary crisis. But Tyler Hadley had made the same mistake that has doomed countless criminals throughout history. He had underestimated the power of human conscience and the ultimate impossibility of keeping such monstrous secrets buried forever. The truth, like blood through fabric, has a way of seeping through even the most carefully constructed lies, staining everything it touches with its terrible reality. As dawn approached for the second time since the murders, Tyler would face a reckoning that no amount of drugs, lies, or teenage bravado could postpone. The party was truly over, and the price for his night of celebration was about to come due in full. The monsters we create in the darkness always look different in the harsh light of day, and Tyler Hadley was about to discover that the face staring back at him in the mirror belonged to someone he no longer recognized. Someone capable of unthinkable evil, someone who had crossed a line from which there could never be any return. Justice, like the Florida sunrise, was inevitable and unforgiving, and it was coming for Tyler Hadley with the certainty of natural law. Detective Sarah Williams had seen her share of domestic violence cases during her 12 years with the Port St. Lucie Police Department, but nothing could have prepared her for the call that shattered the pre-dawn quiet of July 18, 2011. The voice of the 911 dispatcher carried an unusual tension as she relayed Michael Mandel's report. Possible double homicide at 371 Grandeur Avenue. Caller claims his friend murdered both parents with a hammer. Bodies allegedly in the master bedroom. As Williams drove through the empty streets toward what would become one of the most notorious crime scenes in Florida history, she couldn't shake the feeling that this case would be different from anything she had encountered before. The details were too specific, too horrific to be a prank, yet too unthinkable to easily accept. A 17-year-old boy murdering his own parents, then hosting a party while their bodies decomposed mere steps away? It challenged every assumption about teenage behavior, family dynamics, and the nature of evil itself. The Hadley house stood in deceptive tranquility as the first police units arrived at 4:23 a.m. The modest suburban home showed no external signs of the horror contained within its walls. No broken windows, no evidence of forced entry, no indication that two brutal murders had taken place less than 60 hours earlier. Even the remnants of Tyler's party had been largely cleaned up, leaving only subtle traces. A few forgotten beer cans in the bushes, tire marks on the lawn from cars parked hastily in the darkness. Tyler himself was notably absent, having spent the night driving aimlessly through Port St. Lucie in a futile attempt to outrun the consequences of his actions. His phone had been ringing constantly. Calls from Michael, from concerned relatives, from friends who were beginning to piece together the inconsistencies in his story. But Tyler had retreated into a cocoon of denial and artificial bravado, convinced that he could still salvage the situation through some combination of charm, deception, and teenage invincibility. The initial entry into the house was conducted with tactical precision, officers moving room by room with weapons drawn, prepared for the possibility that Tyler might be hiding inside, potentially armed and certainly dangerous. The living room still reeked of stale beer and teenage sweat, pizza boxes stacked like monuments to the previous night's deception. But it was the hallway leading to the master bedroom that truly tested the officer's composure. A corridor that seemed to grow darker with each step, weighted with an oppressive atmosphere that made seasoned law enforcement veterans instinctively uncomfortable. Detective Williams approached the bedroom door with the methodical caution of someone who understood that what lay beyond would likely haunt her for years to come. The handle turned easily. Tyler hadn't even bothered to lock the door, so confident was he in his ability to control access to his parents' corpses. As the door swung open, the smell hit her immediately. The unmistakable odor of decomposition mixed with dried blood, a stench so overwhelming that even experienced officers had to step back and compose themselves. The scene that greeted the investigators defied the sanitized version of murder typically portrayed in television and movies. Blake and Mary Jo Hadley hadn't simply been killed. They had been obliterated, reduced to barely recognizable masses of flesh and bone by the savage intensity of Tyler's attack. The bedroom looked like an abattoir, with blood spatter patterns indicating the extreme violence of the assault. Towels and comforters had been arranged to contain and conceal the carnage, but the sheer brutality of the murders had overwhelmed Tyler's cleanup efforts. Blake Hadley, the gentle computer technician who had spent his life fixing things, lay with his skull completely shattered, fragments of bone embedded in the headboard behind him. The hammer blows had been delivered with such force that brain matter had splattered across multiple walls, creating abstract patterns that would require extensive forensic analysis to fully document. Mary Jo's fate had been equally horrific. 17 separate impact sites on her head and face, each blow delivered with the mechanical precision of someone completely disconnected from the humanity of his victims. Crime scene photographer Jennifer Lopez, a 10-year veteran who prided herself on professional detachment, found herself physically ill as she documented the carnage. "I've photographed hundreds of crime scenes," she later testified, "but nothing prepared me for the level of violence in that bedroom. It wasn't just murder. It was absolute destruction, as if someone had tried to erase these people from existence entirely." The forensic evidence told the story of Tyler's crimes with scientific precision. Blood spatter analysis revealed the positions of both victims when they were attacked, the arc and trajectory of each hammer blow, the desperate attempts to flee or defend themselves in their final moments. Blake's hands showed defensive wounds, indicating he had tried to protect himself from his son's assault. Mary Jo's injuries suggested she had been struck first in the face, blinding her before the killing blows crushed her skull. But perhaps most chilling was the evidence of Tyler's methodical cleanup efforts. The garage floor had been scrubbed extensively, though luminol testing revealed traces of blood that glowed like accusatory fingerprints under ultraviolet light. Cleaning supplies found in the laundry room tested positive for human blood, and fibers from the towels used to wrap the bodies were discovered throughout the house, dropped during Tyler's grisly transportation of the corpses. As investigators processed the crime scene, Tyler Hadley was finally running out of road. His desperate night-long flight through Port St. Lucie had accomplished nothing except to delay the inevitable. And as dawn broke over the city, he found himself sitting in his car in an empty parking lot, staring at his phone as missed calls and unread messages accumulated like digital evidence of his disintegrating world. The text from Michael that finally broke through his drug-addled consciousness was brutally direct. "The police are at your house. They know everything. Turn yourself in." Tyler's reaction to this message would become a subject of extensive psychiatric evaluation during his trial. Rather than panic or despair, he seemed to experience a strange sense of relief, as if the massive weight of his deception had finally become too heavy to carry. He drove to the police station with the measured calm of someone keeping a long-delayed appointment, walking through the front doors at 6:47 a.m. with his hands raised in surrender. "I'm Tyler Hadley," he announced to the desk sergeant with the polite formality of someone introducing himself at a social gathering. "I think you're looking for me." The interrogation that followed would become a masterclass in teenage psychopathy, a chilling demonstration of how completely Tyler had divorced himself from normal human emotion and empathy. Detective Williams and her partner, Detective Robert Chen, had interviewed countless suspects over the years, but Tyler's demeanor during questioning was unlike anything they had encountered. He showed no remorse, no grief, no recognition that he had committed an act of unspeakable evil. Instead, he seemed almost proud of his accomplishment, describing the murders with the clinical detachment of someone recounting a successful business transaction. The hammer blows were delivered efficiently. The cleanup was thorough. The party was epic. Even his parents' deaths were framed in terms of their utility to his immediate goals. "They were holding me back," he explained with the casual tone of someone discussing a minor inconvenience. "I wanted to have a party, and they would have stopped me, so I removed the obstacle." Detective Williams found herself struggling to maintain professional composure as Tyler elaborated on his crimes with increasing detail. He described selecting the hammer because it was readily available and effective. He explained his cleanup methodology with the pride of someone sharing professional expertise. Most disturbing of all, he recounted specific moments from the party with genuine enthusiasm, describing how he had felt powerful and free while dozens of teenagers celebrated just steps away from his parents' corpses. "Did you feel anything when you killed them?" Detective Chun asked, his voice carefully controlled despite the revulsion he felt. Tyler considered the question with the thoughtful expression of someone pondering a philosophical puzzle. "Relief," he finally answered, "and excitement about the party. I kept thinking about how awesome it was going to be, how everyone would remember it forever." He paused, tilting his head slightly. "I guess they will remember it, just not the way I originally planned." The psychological evaluation conducted by Dr. Margaret Santos revealed a young man whose capacity for empathy had been completely severed, replaced by a coldly calculating intellect that viewed other human beings as objects to be manipulated or eliminated as convenience dictated. Tyler scored exceptionally high on psychopathy assessments, demonstrating the kind of emotional void typically associated with serial killers and career criminals rather than suburban teenagers. Tyler Hadley represents one of the most disturbing cases of adolescent psychopathy I've encountered in 30 years of practice," Dr. Santos concluded in her report. His ability to compartmentalize the murders, host a party, and maintain his facade of normalcy demonstrates a level of emotional disconnection that borders on the supernatural. He doesn't simply lack remorse. He appears incapable of understanding why remorse might be appropriate. The revelation of Tyler's crimes sent shockwaves through Port St. Lucie that reverberated far beyond the immediate community. Blake and Mary Jo Hadley had been well-known and respected members of their neighborhood, the kind of quiet, dependable people who formed the backbone of suburban American life. Blake coached Little League Baseball in his spare time and was always willing to help neighbors with computer problems. Mary Jo volunteered at the local library and organized charity drives for underprivileged families during the holidays. Their murders at the hands of their own son challenged every assumption about family safety and parental trust. If Tyler Hadley, a seemingly normal teenager from a loving home, could commit such unspeakable acts, what did that say about the potential for evil lurking in other seemingly innocent adolescents? The case became a national sensation, featured on every major news network and true crime program, as experts struggled to explain how such monstrous behavior could emerge from such ordinary circumstances. The party attendees faced their own psychological reckoning as the full scope of Tyler's deception became public knowledge. 60 teenagers who thought they had been celebrating a friend's temporary freedom discovered they had actually been dancing over fresh graves, laughing and drinking while two murdered parents lay cooling in a nearby bedroom. Many required extensive counseling to process the trauma of their unwitting participation in Tyler's macabre celebration. "I keep thinking about every moment from that night," said Jessica Chin, who had left the party early due to an inexplicable feeling of unease. "Every joke I laughed at, every drink I had, every song I danced to, it all happened while Mr. and Mrs. Hadley were dead just down the hall. How do you process something like that? How do you ever trust your instincts again when you were so close to evil and didn't even recognize it?" The trial of Tyler Hadley became a media circus, drawing national attention and raising uncomfortable questions about teenage violence, prescription drug abuse, and the warning signs that adults too often miss or dismiss. The prosecution, led by Assistant State Attorney Jennifer Lewis, painted a portrait of calculated evil, a young man who had planned and executed a double murder with the cold efficiency of a professional assassin. Tyler Hadley didn't kill his parents in a moment of rage or temporary insanity, Lewis argued during her opening statement. This was premeditated murder, carefully planned and brutally executed. He chose his weapon, selected his victims, and then celebrated their deaths by throwing a party that turned his family home into a house of horrors. This isn't a troubled teenager who made a terrible mistake. This is a cold-blooded killer who happened to be 17 years old. The defense, led by veteran attorney Robert Healy, attempted to portray Tyler as a victim of prescription drug abuse and mental illness, arguing that the combination of ecstasy, OxyContin, and alcohol had temporarily transformed him into someone capable of unthinkable violence. They presented evidence of Tyler's drug use, his deteriorating mental state in the months leading up to the murders, and his lack of any prior violent behavior. Tyler Hadley, on July 16, 2011, was not the same person his friends and family had known for 17 years, Healy argued. The drugs in his system created a chemical psychosis that stripped away his inhibitions and his humanity. This is a tragedy for everyone involved: the victims, their family, and Tyler himself, who will spend the rest of his life trying to understand how he could have committed such horrible acts. The jury deliberated for less than 4 hours before returning with their verdict: guilty on 2 counts of first-degree murder. The speed of their decision reflected the overwhelming nature of the evidence and the cold, calculated manner in which Tyler had planned and executed his parents' deaths. Judge William Roby sentenced Tyler to life in prison without the possibility of parole, ensuring that he would never again have the opportunity to harm innocent people. As Tyler was led away in shackles, he showed the same emotional detachment that had characterized his behavior throughout the investigation and trial. He didn't cry, didn't protest his innocence, didn't express remorse for his actions. Instead, he turned to look at the packed courtroom one final time, his gaze settling on the empty seats where Blake and Mary Jo Hadley should have been sitting, and offered what witnesses described as a slight, enigmatic smile. The Hadley house at 371 Grandeur Avenue stood empty for months after the murders, becoming a macabre tourist attraction that drew curious onlookers and crime enthusiasts from around the country. Eventually, it was sold to a family from out of state who demolished the structure entirely, unable to escape the shadow of the horrific events that had taken place within its walls. A new house now stands on the lot, but longtime residents still refer to the property as the Hadley Place. A reminder that some stains can never be completely washed away. Michael Mandel, whose courage in contacting authorities had ultimately brought Tyler to justice, struggled for years with survivors' guilt and post-traumatic stress. He moved away from Port St. Lucie immediately after Tyler's sentencing, seeking anonymity and a fresh start in a place where he wouldn't be forever known as the boy who turned in his best friend for murdering his parents. "I saved my own life that night," Michael reflected during a rare interview 5 years after the murders. "If I hadn't called 911, Tyler would have killed me too. I know that with absolute certainty. He had crossed the line, and there was no going back for him. But knowing you did the right thing doesn't make it easier to live with. I lost my best friend and my innocence on the same night, and sometimes I'm not sure which loss hurts more." The case of Tyler Hadley remains one of the most studied examples of adolescent psychopathy in criminal psychology textbooks. A chilling reminder that evil can emerge from the most unexpected places and where the most innocent faces. It shattered the comfortable illusion that teenagers are incapable of truly monstrous behavior and forced a national conversation about the warning signs that too often go unheeded. Today, Tyler Hadley sits in a maximum security prison in Florida, serving his life sentence with the same emotional detachment that characterized his crimes. Prison psychologists report that he shows no signs of remorse or rehabilitation, spending his days reading, exercising, and maintaining correspondence with true crime enthusiasts who have become fascinated by his case. He has never expressed regret for his actions, never acknowledged the pain he caused, never demonstrated any understanding of the magnitude of his crimes. In the end, the story of Tyler Hadley serves as a stark reminder that monsters are not mythical creatures that exist only in our nightmares. They are real, they walk among us, and sometimes they live in our own homes, hiding behind familiar faces and charming smiles until the moment they reveal their true nature. Blake and Mary Jo Hadley trusted their son with their lives, never imagining that the boy they had raised and loved would become their executioner. The hammer that Tyler used to murder his parents was entered into evidence and later destroyed by court order, but its legacy lives on in the shattered lives it left behind, in the community forever changed by its violence, and in the reminder that evil, once unleashed, can never be completely contained or forgotten. The party is over. The music has stopped. The guests have gone home. But the horror of what happened at 371 Grandeur Avenue on July 16, 2011, will echo through eternity, a testament to the darkest capabilities of the human soul and the innocent lives destroyed when that darkness is finally set free. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and subscribe, so you never miss the next true crime story to help you unwind. Now let's get into our fourth story. Story 4. The Unthinkable Betrayal, When Love Turned to Lethal Rage. On a sweltering July evening in 2000, neighbors on Standards Barn Close in Northampton thought they heard the usual sounds of family life drifting from the Austin household. Children's laughter, the television humming with evening programs, the gentle patter of dogs' paws across hardwood floors. But silence had already descended like a funeral shroud over number 23. Behind those ordinary suburban walls, something monstrous had unfolded. Something so savage, so incomprehensible, that it would forever shatter the illusion of safety that families hold dear. A husband and father had crossed a line from which there could be no return, leaving behind a crime scene that would haunt seasoned detectives for years to come. This is not just another story of domestic violence. This is the chilling account of how one man's rage transformed a loving home into a chamber of horrors, where innocence met brutality in the most unimaginable way. What you're about to hear will disturb you, It will challenge everything you believe about the sanctity of family bonds. But it's a story that must be told not for the shock value, but because hidden within this darkness lies a warning that could save lives. Welcome to the harrowing tale of Philip Austin's family annihilation, a crime so savage that it redefined evil itself. Standard's Barn Close was the kind of street where children rode bicycles until dusk called them home, where neighbors knew each other's names, and where the most scandalous gossip involved someone forgetting to bring their bins in on collection day. It was a sanctuary of suburban normalcy, a place where families came to build dreams and watch their children grow. Number 23 stood as a testament to those aspirations. The modest family home, with its neat front garden and cheerful blue door, seemed to embody everything that was wholesome about British family life. For Claire Quinn and her partner Philip Austin, it represented hope, stability, and a future filled with promise for their two young children. Claire, 31 years old with warm brown eyes and an infectious laugh, had built a life centered around her family. Those who knew her described a woman of remarkable patience and kindness, someone who found joy in the smallest moments, helping with homework at the kitchen table, reading bedtime stories that stretched long past their intended duration, planning family holidays with the meticulous care of a military operation. She was the kind of mother who remembered every scraped knee, every small triumph, every whispered fear in the darkness. Her devotion extended beyond her children to encompass the entire household. Even their two beloved poodles, Dandy and Sooty, were treated as cherished family members, their playful antics bringing laughter to a home that seemed touched by genuine happiness. Claire's love was the invisible thread that bound their small family together, creating a warmth that visitors could feel the moment they crossed the threshold. 8-year-old Kieran possessed his mother's gentle spirit wrapped in the boundless energy of childhood. He was the kind of boy who collected interesting stones, asked endless questions about how airplanes stayed in the sky, and still believed that monsters could be defeated with nothing more than a flashlight and courage. His teachers at the local primary school knew him as a bright, inquisitive child who helped younger students tie their shoelaces and shared his lunch with anyone who looked hungry. 7-year-old Jade was a whirlwind of creativity and joy, her imagination painting the world in colors more vivid than reality itself. She drew elaborate pictures of fairy tale castles, staged elaborate tea parties for her stuffed animals, and possessed an uncanny ability to find magic in the mundane. Her laughter was pure music, the kind that made adults pause their conversations just to smile at the sound of such unbridled happiness. But there was a shadow in this seemingly perfect portrait, one that most observers failed to notice until it was far too late. Philip Austin, the man who should have been their protector, their provider, their shelter from the world's cruelties, carried within him something dark and volatile. At 34, Austin presented himself to the world as an ordinary working man. As a forklift driver, he performed his duties with mechanical precision, arriving punctually, completing his tasks without complaint, and maintaining cordial but distant relationships with his colleagues. To most who encountered him, he seemed unremarkable, neither particularly friendly nor notably hostile, just another face in the crowd of people trying to make an honest living. Yet those closest to him occasionally glimpsed something troubling lurking just beneath his carefully constructed facade. There were moments when his temper would flare with startling intensity over seemingly minor infractions. A misplaced tool, a delayed dinner, a child's natural boisterousness that disrupted his preferred quiet. These outbursts, while concerning, never escalated to physical violence, at least not in any way that left visible marks or prompted intervention from authorities. Claire, like many partners in troubled relationships, had learned to navigate these emotional landmines with careful precision. She became an expert at reading the subtle signs of his mounting frustration, the tightening of his jaw, the increasing rigidity of his posture, the way his responses became clipped and cold. In her loving determination to maintain peace in their home, she unconsciously began adjusting her own behavior and that of the children to avoid triggering his anger. This delicate dance of avoidance had been playing out for months, perhaps even years, as Austin's internal pressures mounted. Financial stress, work dissatisfaction, and deeper psychological issues created a toxic combination that festered in silence. Claire's natural optimism led her to believe that these were temporary challenges, storms that would eventually pass if she just weathered them with enough love and patience. The extended family and close friends who might have provided support or recognized warning signs were largely absent from their daily lives. Claire's mother, devastated by her own recent loss, was still deep in the throes of grief and unable to provide the emotional support her daughter desperately needed. Austin's family had always maintained a distant relationship, marked by stilted conversations and obligatory holiday visits that revealed little about the true state of his mental condition. This isolation, whether intentional or circumstantial, created a dangerous vacuum around the Austin household. There were no daily check-ins from concerned relatives, no close friends who might notice changes in Claire's demeanor or the children's behavior, no support network that could have intervened when warning signs began to emerge. The neighbors, while friendly in that particularly British way, maintained a respectful distance that prevented them from truly knowing what occurred behind closed doors. They exchanged pleasantries over garden fences, offered to collect mail during brief holidays, and occasionally borrowed cups of sugar, but these surface-level interactions provided no opportunity for deeper connection or observation of troubling patterns. Even the children's schools, typically vigilant observers of family dynamics, noticed nothing that raised red flags. Kieran and Jade continued to perform well academically, showed no signs of physical abuse, and maintained the kind of cheerful dispositions that suggested a stable, loving home environment. If Claire was struggling with Austin's increasingly volatile moods, she had become masterful at ensuring that struggle never spilled over into her children's public lives. The isolation was complete, creating a perfect storm of circumstances that would allow unspeakable events to unfold without intervention, without witnesses, without anyone to sound the alarm until it was far too late to matter. As July 2000 dawned hot and humid across Northamptonshire, the residents of Standard's Barn Close settled into the familiar rhythms of summer. Children played in gardens while parents tended to barbecues and planning holiday adventures. Ice cream vans played their tinkling melodies through streets where the most pressing concerns involved ensuring adequate sun protection and keeping lawns properly watered. But inside number 23, tensions that had been building for months were approaching a critical breaking point. Austin's psychological state, already fragile, was deteriorating rapidly under pressures that he felt ill-equipped to handle. His work performance had begun to suffer, leading to uncomfortable conversations with supervisors who questioned his attention to detail and professional commitment. Financial concerns loomed large as well. The costs of maintaining a family home, providing for 2 growing children, and meeting the endless expenses of daily life had created a burden that felt increasingly insurmountable. Austin's wages, adequate for a single man, stretched thin when divided among 4 people and 2 pets, creating a constant undercurrent of anxiety about money that poisoned his every interaction with the outside world. Claire, sensing her partner's growing distress but lacking the tools or knowledge to address its root causes, found herself walking an increasingly narrow tightrope. Her attempts to discuss their problems were met with explosive anger or cold withdrawal, leaving her feeling helpless and alone. She began to question her own judgment, wondering if she was somehow contributing to the tensions that seemed to permeate every corner of their once happy home. The children, with the remarkable resilience that young minds possess, continued to find joy in their daily lives despite the growing tension they sensed but couldn't understand. They adapted to their father's moods with the unconscious skill that children develop when living with an unstable adult, becoming quieter when he was present, more exuberant when he was away, and increasingly protective of their mother without fully comprehending why such protection might be necessary. As the calendar moved inexorably toward July 10, 2000, the Austin family teetered on the edge of an abyss that none of them could see coming. Claire continued planning a family holiday, hoping that time away from work stress and daily pressures might provide the reset their relationship desperately needed. The children looked forward to summer adventures with the innocent anticipation that makes childhood magical. Even Dandy and Sooty seemed to sense the approaching summer freedom, their playful energy bringing moments of lightness to a household growing ever darker. Austin himself appeared to those around him to be functioning normally, maintaining his work schedule, participating in routine family activities, and giving no outward indication that his mental state had reached a dangerous tipping point. His colleagues noticed nothing unusual in his behavior during what would be his final days at work. His neighbors saw him moving about his daily routines with the same mechanical precision that had always characterized his public persona. Yet something had fundamentally shifted in the depths of his psyche. The last threads of whatever had once connected him to empathy, to love, to basic human decency, were fraying beyond repair. The family that should have represented his greatest source of joy and motivation had somehow transformed in his distorted perception into sources of unbearable pressure and resentment. The stage was set for an explosion of violence so sudden and complete that it would leave investigators struggling to comprehend how a situation that appeared stable on the surface could deteriorate so catastrophically. The ordinary suburban home that had sheltered love and laughter was about to become the site of unthinkable brutality, where the sacred bonds of family would be severed by the very hands that had once promised protection and care. As July 10th dawned clear and warm, with birds singing in the trees lining Standard's barn close and the promise of another peaceful summer day spreading across Northampton, no one could have imagined that by evening, 3 innocent lives would be snuffed out, 2 beloved pets would lie dead, and a community's sense of safety would be shattered forever. The calm was about to give way to a storm of violence that would redefine the very concept of evil in the minds of all who encountered its aftermath. July 10th, 2000, began like countless mornings before it at number 23 Standard's barn close. The sun filtered through cheerfully patterned curtains, casting dancing shadows across walls decorated with children's artwork and family photographs. Claire moved through her morning routines with practiced efficiency, preparing breakfast for the family while Kieran and Jade engaged in the kind of spirited sibling banter that fills homes with life and energy. Austin appeared outwardly normal during these early hours, consuming his breakfast with mechanical precision while scanning the morning newspaper. To any observer, he would have seemed like thousands of other working fathers across Britain, preparing for another ordinary day at the job that provided for his family's needs. Yet something malevolent was already stirring behind his carefully maintained facade, a darkness that would soon consume everything in its path. The morning progressed according to familiar patterns. Claire busied herself with household tasks while keeping a watchful eye on the children, ensuring they stayed entertained and out of trouble during the school holidays. Kieran had discovered a fascinating collection of insects in the back garden and was conducting what he grandly termed scientific research, while Jade was immersed in an elaborate art project that involved every crayon in the house and enough paper to deforest a small woodland. Their laughter echoed through the house, a soundtrack of innocence that would be brutally silenced before the day's end. Dandy and Sooty added to the cheerful chaos, their playful antics weaving between the children's activities and bringing smiles to Claire's face as she watched her family's joy unfold. But Austin's mood was darkening with each passing hour. Work stresses that had been accumulating for weeks seemed to press down on him with crushing weight, while financial anxieties gnawed at his consciousness like persistent, painful insects. Every sound the children made seemed amplified. Every request from Claire felt like an additional burden he could barely shoulder. The family had been discussing their upcoming summer holiday, a modest getaway that Claire hoped would provide the bonding time their strained relationship desperately needed. She had approached the topic carefully, knowing Austin's tendency toward explosive reactions when financial concerns were raised, but her optimistic nature led her to believe that planning something positive might lift his spirits and remind him of what they were working toward together. Instead, her well-intentioned suggestions seemed to trigger something volatile and dangerous within him. The costs associated with travel, accommodation, and entertainment for 4 people represented money they could ill afford to spend, at least from his increasingly distorted perspective. What should have been an exciting family discussion became a source of mounting resentment and anger. As morning shifted toward afternoon, the tension in the house became almost palpable. Claire found herself unconsciously adjusting her behavior and that of the children, speaking more quietly, moving more carefully, attempting to create an atmosphere of calm that might soothe whatever was troubling her partner. Her maternal instincts were screaming warnings that she couldn't quite interpret, telling her that something was fundamentally wrong with the man she had chosen to build a life with. The children, with the remarkable sensitivity that young people possess, began to sense the change in atmospheric pressure. Their play became more subdued, Their voices dropped to whispers when their father was within earshot, and they unconsciously gravitated toward their mother's protective presence. Yet they had no way of comprehending the magnitude of the danger that was building around them. Austin's psychological deterioration accelerated throughout the day, fed by internal pressures that had been building for months or perhaps years. Every small domestic sound seemed to pierce his consciousness like physical pain. The children's natural exuberance, which should have brought him joy, instead felt like an assault on his increasingly fragile mental state. Claire's loving attempts to engage him in conversation were perceived as demands and criticisms rather than expressions of care and concern. The holiday discussion became the catalyst that would ultimately trigger an explosion of violence beyond comprehension. What began as a routine family conversation about summer plans escalated into an argument that revealed the true depth of Austin's psychological instability. His anger, normally contained behind walls of sullen resentment, erupted with terrifying intensity. Claire, shocked by the viciousness of his reaction to what she had intended as an innocent suggestion, found herself defending not just her ideas but her right to express them at all. The argument escalated rapidly, with Austin's voice rising to levels that sent the children scurrying to their bedrooms and the dogs cowering in corners. But something had snapped in Austin's mind that went far beyond ordinary anger or frustration. The rage that possessed him transcended normal human emotion and entered territory that was purely pathological. In that moment, the loving family man that had once existed, however imperfectly, was completely consumed by something monstrous and alien. What followed was an act of violence so savage and sudden that Claire had no opportunity to defend herself or comprehend what was happening. Austin's attack began with a mallet, a tool that had been used for ordinary household repairs, but was now transformed into an instrument of destruction. The first blow struck her head with crushing force, sending her crashing to the kitchen floor as consciousness fled and blood began to pool around her fallen form. But Austin's rage was far from spent. The sight of Claire's injuries seemed to fuel rather than satisfy whatever demonic force had taken possession of his soul. As she lay helpless and barely conscious, he wrapped her own bra around her throat, pulling with such violent force that her desperate struggles for air grew weaker and more frantic until they finally ceased altogether. Even this wasn't enough to satiate the monster he had become. Austin retrieved 2 large carving knives from the kitchen drawer, implements that had been used countless times to prepare family meals, but now served a purpose so horrific that seasoned investigators would struggle to process the scene. He plunged the blades into Claire's body with such savage force that the handle of one knife snapped completely off, leaving the blade embedded in her flesh like some grotesque marker of his complete psychological collapse. The woman who had loved him, supported him, and borne his children lay destroyed on the kitchen floor, her blood spreading across tiles where she had once prepared countless meals and helped children with homework. The mother who had kissed scraped knees and read bedtime stories was gone, replaced by a scene of brutality that defied human comprehension. But Austin's descent into evil was far from complete. Upstairs, 2 innocent children continued their quiet play, unaware that their mother lay dead and that their own lives hung by the thinnest of threads. They had learned to retreat to their bedrooms when their father's anger reached dangerous levels, a survival strategy that had served them well in the past, but would prove tragically inadequate against the depth of his psychological collapse. The sound of their voices, their very existence in the house, seemed to drive Austin deeper into his homicidal frenzy. In his completely distorted mental state, the children transformed from beloved offspring into obstacles that needed to be eliminated. The father who should have protected them from the world's dangers had become the greatest threat they would ever face. Austin climbed the stairs toward their bedrooms with the methodical precision of someone who had moved beyond human emotion into something purely mechanical and evil. Each step carried him further from any possibility of redemption and closer to acts that would forever mark him as one of Britain's most despicable family annihilators. Kieran, the 8-year-old boy who dreamed of adventures and asked endless questions about the world around him, was the first to encounter his father's transformed presence. There was no opportunity for explanation, no chance to understand why the man who was supposed to love and protect him had become something monstrous and terrifying. Austin's hands, the same hands that had once helped with bicycle repairs and homework, wrapped around his son's throat with deadly purpose. The struggle was brief and one-sided. A child's strength is no match for an adult's determination to kill, especially when that adult has already crossed every moral and psychological boundary that separates civilized behavior from pure evil. Kieran's desperate attempts to breathe, to call for help, to somehow escape the nightmare that his home had become, grew weaker and more frantic until they finally ceased altogether. 7-year-old Jade met the same horrific fate in her own bedroom, surrounded by the colorful artwork and beloved toys that had brought her so much joy. The little girl who had filled their home with laughter and imagination faced her final moments in terror and confusion, unable to comprehend why her father had become something so frightening and dangerous. Her small hands clawed desperately at the fingers wrapped around her throat, but her strength was no match for Austin's deadly determination. The silence that settled over number 23 Standards Barn Close was absolute and final. The laughter that had once echoed through these rooms was gone forever, replaced by a stillness that spoke of lives brutally ended and dreams permanently shattered. Even Dandy and Sooty, the beloved family pets who had brought such joy to their daily lives, lay dead, their lives ended by the same hands that had just destroyed every human member of the household. Austin stood amidst the carnage he had created, surrounded by the bodies of those who had loved and trusted him most. The rage that had driven him to these unspeakable acts began to ebb, leaving behind a hollow shell of a man who was slowly beginning to comprehend the magnitude of what he had done. The family home that had once sheltered love and laughter had been transformed into a monument to evil, a crime scene so horrific that it would haunt everyone who encountered it for years to come. The afternoon sun continued to shine through the windows of number 23, illuminating scenes of violence that seemed to belong in humanity's darkest nightmares rather than a quiet suburban neighborhood. Birds sang in the trees outside, children played in neighboring gardens, and life continued its normal rhythms just feet away from where 3 innocent people and 2 beloved pets lay dead at the hands of someone who should have been their protector. Austin's transformation was complete. The man who had once been a father, partner, and member of a loving family had become something entirely different. A killer who had destroyed everything precious in his life during a few hours of incomprehensible violence. The sacred bonds of family, the trust that children place in their parents, and the love that had once filled their home lay as shattered and broken as the bodies scattered throughout the house. As evening approached and darkness began to gather around Standards Barn Close, Austin faced a choice that would define the final chapter of this horrific story. He could remain at the scene of his crimes and face the consequences of his actions, or he could flee and attempt to escape justice for what he had done to his own family. The decision he made would determine not only his own fate, but also the timing of when Claire's family would discover the full extent of the tragedy that had befallen their loved ones. The woman who had been the center of their small family circle was gone, along with the 2 bright lights that had been her children and the pets that had brought such joy to their daily lives. The house at number 23 Standards Barn Close had become a tomb, preserving in its silent rooms the evidence of one man's complete moral collapse and the destruction of everything pure and innocent that had once thrived within its walls. The immediate aftermath of Austin's heinous crimes was marked by a silence so profound it seemed to press against the walls of number 23, Standards Barn Close like a living thing. The suburban home that had once echoed with children's laughter and the comfortable sounds of family life now held only the stillness of death, a quietude so complete that it would have been noticeable to anyone who truly knew the rhythms of the Austin household. Austin himself, standing amidst the carnage he had created, underwent a psychological transformation that was almost as dramatic as his descent into violence. The rage that had consumed him so completely began to ebb like a retreating tide, leaving behind not relief but a growing awareness of what he had done. The bodies of his family lay scattered throughout the house he had once called home, silent witnesses to his complete moral collapse. His decision to flee the scene revealed a calculating aspect of his personality that had survived even his most savage moments. Rather than remaining to face immediate consequences or perhaps ending his own life in a final act of self-destruction, Austin chose the path of a coward. He gathered a few personal belongings and abandoned the home where he had just committed the most heinous acts imaginable, leaving behind the bodies of those who had loved and trusted him most. The escape itself was methodical and deliberate, suggesting that some rational part of his mind was still functioning despite the magnitude of his crimes. He understood that discovery was inevitable but seemed determined to delay that moment as long as possible, perhaps harboring some delusional hope that he could somehow evade justice for what he had done to his own family. Meanwhile, Standard's barn close continued its peaceful summer rhythms, completely unaware of the horror that lay hidden behind the cheerful blue door of number 23. Neighbors tended their gardens, children played on bicycles, and the ordinary business of suburban life proceeded without interruption. The contrast between the normalcy outside and the unspeakable tragedy within would later strike all who learned of the crimes as particularly disturbing. Claire's extended family, already dealing with their own grief and challenges, had no immediate reason to be concerned about her silence. Phone calls that went unanswered were attributed to busy summer schedules or perhaps family outings that kept them away from home. The isolation that had made the family vulnerable to Austin's violence now delayed the discovery of their fate, allowing more precious time to pass before anyone realized something was terribly wrong. The first hints that something might be amiss came from Claire's mother, who had been trying to reach her daughter for several days without success. Despite her own overwhelming grief, maternal instinct told her that Claire's continued absence from phone contact was unusual and potentially concerning. She knew her daughter well enough to recognize that extended periods of silence were completely out of character, especially during the summer holidays when the children were home and family activities typically increased. Her growing anxiety led to multiple attempts to contact the family through various means. Phone calls continued to ring unanswered, messages left on the answering machine received no response, and even attempts to reach Austin at his workplace proved frustratingly unsuccessful. Each failed attempt to establish contact heightened her concern and strengthened her conviction that something was fundamentally wrong with the situation. The decision to request a welfare check was not made lightly, but Claire's mother's intuition proved tragically accurate. When police officers arrived at number 23, Standard's barn close to perform what they assumed would be a routine check on a family that had simply been out of touch for a few days, they encountered a scene that would forever change their understanding of human evil. The initial approach to the house revealed nothing obviously amiss from the exterior. The building appeared structurally sound, with no signs of forced entry or disturbance that might have indicated a break-in or external attack. The garden was neat and well-maintained, presenting the same facade of domestic tranquility that had characterized the neighborhood for years. It was only when officers gained entry to the house that the full scope of the tragedy became apparent. The smell hit them first, the unmistakable odor of decomposition that immediately signaled they were dealing with something far more serious than a simple welfare check. The summer heat had accelerated the natural processes that follow death, creating an atmosphere that was both physically overwhelming and emotionally devastating. The discovery of Claire's body in the kitchen provided the first shocking evidence of the violence that had occurred within these walls. The brutality of her injuries, the blunt force trauma, strangulation, and multiple stab wounds immediately indicated that this was no accident or natural death, but rather the result of a savage attack by someone with access to the house and proximity to the victim. The methodical search of the house revealed additional horrors that tested even the most experienced officer's ability to maintain professional composure. The bodies of 8-year-old Kieran and 7-year-old Jade were found in their bedrooms, their young lives ended by strangulation in spaces that should have represented safety and comfort. The children's rooms, with their colorful decorations and scattered toys, created a heartbreaking contrast to the violence that had occurred within them. Even the family pets had not been spared Austin's homicidal rampage. Dandy and Sooty lay dead, their lives ended by the same hands that had destroyed every human member of the household. The inclusion of the dogs in his killing spree demonstrated a level of thoroughness that suggested careful planning or, alternatively, a psychological break so complete that no living thing in the house could be permitted to survive. The crime scene itself told a story of escalating violence and complete family annihilation. Forensic evidence would later reveal the sequence of events and the weapons used, but the immediate visual impact of the scene was overwhelming even for seasoned investigators. Blood spatter patterns, defensive wounds, and the positioning of bodies all contributed to a picture of terror and desperation that would haunt everyone who encountered it. News of the discovery spread rapidly through the close-knit community of Standard's Barn Close and the broader Northampton area. Neighbors who had exchanged pleasant greetings with the Austin family struggled to comprehend how such violence could have erupted in their peaceful neighborhood. The psychological impact on residents was immediate and profound, shattering their sense of security and forcing them to confront the reality that evil could emerge from the most ordinary circumstances. The media attention was immediate and intense, with reporters and camera crews descending on the previously quiet street to document the aftermath of what was quickly being described as one of the most shocking family annihilation cases in recent British history. The contrast between the suburban setting and the horrific nature of the crimes created a compelling story that captured public attention and would continue to fascinate and disturb observers for years to come. Claire's extended family, already dealing with recent loss, found themselves thrust into an unimaginable nightmare. The woman they had loved and relied upon was gone, along with the two bright children who had brought such joy to family gatherings. The grandparents who should have been watching Kieran and Jade grow up instead faced the devastating reality that they would never see them again, that their young lives had been brutally ended by someone they had trusted implicitly. The search for Austin became an immediate priority for law enforcement agencies across the region. His flight from the scene demonstrated consciousness of guilt and suggested that he understood the magnitude of what he had done, even if he lacked the moral courage to face consequences immediately. Police bulletins went out describing him as extremely dangerous, potentially armed, and likely to be in a highly unstable psychological state. The manhunt involved multiple police jurisdictions and utilized various resources including helicopter surveillance, roadside checkpoints, and appeals to the public for information about Austin's whereabouts. His photograph was distributed widely through media outlets, and anyone who might have encountered him was urged to contact authorities immediately rather than attempting to approach him directly. Austin's psychological state during his time as a fugitive can only be imagined, but it likely involved a complex mixture of guilt, fear, and possibly continued delusion about his ability to escape justice permanently. The practical challenges of remaining hidden while being actively sought by law enforcement would have created additional stress on an already fractured psyche. The community response to the crimes was marked by an outpouring of grief and support for the victims' extended family. Flowers, cards, and messages of condolence appeared at the scene, creating an impromptu memorial that honored the lives of Claire, Kieran, and Jade while providing a focal point for community mourning. Local churches held special services, and support groups formed to help neighbors process their trauma and fear. The investigation into the crimes was thorough and methodical, with forensic teams spending days documenting every aspect of the crime scene. Evidence collection included not only physical materials but also detailed photography and measurements that would later be crucial in court proceedings. The thoroughness of the investigation reflected both the severity of the crimes and the determination of law enforcement to ensure that justice would be served when Austin was apprehended. Psychological experts brought in to assist with the investigation attempted to create a profile of Austin's mental state and likely behavior patterns while he remained at large. Their analysis suggested a man dealing with extreme guilt and fear, possibly alternating between periods of panic and depression, and likely to be seeking isolated locations where he could avoid detection while grappling with the enormity of what he had done. The impact on emergency responders who first encountered the crime scene was significant and long-lasting. Many reported difficulty sleeping, intrusive thoughts about the victims, and challenges in their personal relationships as they struggled to process what they had witnessed. Counseling services were made available, but the psychological scars from encountering such extreme violence would affect some responders for years to come. The broader implications of the Austin case extended beyond the immediate tragedy to raise questions about domestic violence recognition, mental health support systems, and the warning signs that might have been missed in the months leading up to the crimes. Social workers, healthcare providers, and community leaders began examining their own practices to determine if better interventions might have been possible. As the search for Austin continued, the focus gradually shifted from immediate manhunt operations to longer-term investigative strategies. Financial records, surveillance footage, and witness statements all contributed to a growing understanding of his movements and potential destinations. The methodical nature of police work began to close off his options and increase the likelihood that he would be captured and brought to justice. The psychological toll on Claire's family members was immense, as they struggled to grieve their losses while simultaneously dealing with media attention, police inquiries, and the ongoing uncertainty about Austin's whereabouts. The normal processes of mourning were complicated by the violent nature of the deaths and the knowledge that the perpetrator remained at large, potentially planning additional violence or simply prolonging their agony through his continued freedom. The story of the Austin family annihilation had become more than just a local tragedy. It had evolved into a case study in human evil that would be examined by criminologists, psychologists, and law enforcement professionals for years to come. The systematic nature of the killings, the complete disregard for family bonds, and the cowardly flight from responsibility created a portrait of moral depravity that challenged observers' understanding of human nature itself. Austin's life as a fugitive was destined to be brief, not through any particular skill on the part of law enforcement, but rather because of the fundamental impossibility of escaping the consequences of such heinous acts in modern Britain. The infrastructure of surveillance, communication, and coordinated police work made it virtually impossible for someone of his limited resources and planning ability to remain hidden indefinitely, especially when his crimes had generated such intense public attention and law enforcement focus. The psychological pressure of carrying the weight of 3 murders and 2 additional animal killings while attempting to maintain a facade of normalcy proved overwhelming for Austin's already fractured mental state. Unlike career criminals who might possess the skills and connections necessary for extended periods of evasion, Austin was simply a working-class man who had committed unthinkable acts in a moment of complete psychological collapse. His capture, when it finally occurred, was anticlimactic in its ordinariness. Rather than a dramatic confrontation or elaborate chase scene, Austin was apprehended during what appeared to be a routine interaction with authorities who recognized him from the widespread media coverage. The man who had transformed himself into a monster through his actions against his own family presented no resistance when faced with arrest, perhaps recognizing that his brief period of freedom was ending and that he would now have to confront the full weight of what he had done. The relief felt by law enforcement, the victims' family members, and the broader community was palpable when news of Austin's capture spread. The knowledge that he was no longer at large removed a source of ongoing anxiety and fear, allowing people to begin processing the tragedy without the additional stress of wondering where he might be or whether he posed a continued threat to public safety. Austin's initial interactions with police following his arrest revealed a man who seemed to exist in a state of psychological limbo, neither fully accepting responsibility for his actions nor completely denying them. His responses to questioning were characterized by a disturbing detachment from the reality of what he had done, as if the murders had been committed by someone else entirely, leaving him to deal with consequences he couldn't fully comprehend. The forensic evidence against him was overwhelming and irrefutable. DNA analysis, fingerprint comparisons, and blood spatter patterns all pointed unequivocally to Austin as the perpetrator of these savage crimes. The weapons used in the attacks were found at the scene, bearing his prints and traces of the victim's blood. There was no possibility of claiming innocence or suggesting that some unknown intruder had been responsible for the carnage. Yet Austin's demeanor during interrogation sessions was marked by a strange kind of emotional flatness that disturbed even experienced detectives who had questioned hundreds of criminals over their careers. He answered questions in a mechanical fashion, providing factual details when pressed but showing little emotional response to discussions of his wife's suffering or his children's terror during their final moments. This psychological disconnect created challenges for investigators trying to understand the motivations behind his actions. Traditional interview techniques designed to elicit confessions or explanations proved largely ineffective when dealing with someone who seemed genuinely unable to access or express normal human emotions about the most traumatic events imaginable. Mental health professionals brought in to evaluate Austin's competency to stand trial faced similar difficulties in assessing his psychological state. While he was clearly aware of his surroundings and capable of understanding the charges against him, there remained questions about the depth of his emotional comprehension of what he had done and his ability to assist meaningfully in his own defense. The legal proceedings that followed moved through the British justice system with methodical precision, though they were complicated by the sheer magnitude of the crimes and the public attention they had generated. Austin was charged with 3 counts of murder and 2 counts of animal cruelty, charges that carried the potential for life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. His defense team faced an almost impossible task. The evidence against their client was overwhelming. The crimes were among the most heinous in recent British legal history, and public sentiment was understandably hostile toward anyone who would kill their own children. Their strategy focused primarily on mental health issues, arguing that Austin's actions were the result of a severe psychological break that diminished his culpability. Psychiatric evaluations revealed a complex picture of a man whose mental state had deteriorated gradually over months or years before reaching a catastrophic breaking point on that terrible July day. Experts testified about various factors that might have contributed to his psychological collapse, including work stress, financial pressures, and underlying personality disorders that had gone undiagnosed and untreated. However, the prosecution's case was straightforward and devastating in its simplicity. Austin had brutally murdered 3 innocent people, including 2 young children, and had done so with a level of violence that demonstrated clear intent and awareness of his actions. The systematic nature of the killings, moving from room to room, using multiple weapons, ensuring that no family member survived, suggested planning and deliberation rather than a momentary loss of control. The trial itself became a media spectacle that captured national attention, not only because of the horrific nature of the crimes, but also because it raised fundamental questions about family violence, mental health resources, and the warning signs that might have been missed. Court proceedings were covered extensively by both local and national media, with public interest remaining high throughout the lengthy legal process. Claire's extended family members who testified during the trial provided heartbreaking testimony about the victims' lives and the devastating impact of their losses. They described Claire as a devoted mother who had been planning a family holiday just days before her death, someone who found joy in the smallest moments of family life and who had been looking forward to watching her children grow up. The descriptions of Kieran and Jade painted pictures of bright, happy children who had been full of life and potential. Teachers testified about their academic performance and social interactions. Friends' parents shared memories of playdates and birthday parties, and family members recounted holiday celebrations and quiet moments that had seemed ordinary at the time but now represented precious final memories. Even the deaths of Dandy and Sudi were addressed during testimony, as prosecutors worked to demonstrate the complete thoroughness of Austin's destructive rage. The fact that he had killed even the family pets suggested a level of violence that went beyond any rational explanation and into territory that could only be described as pure evil. Austin's own testimony, when he finally took the stand in his own defense, was perhaps the most disturbing aspect of the entire trial. His continued emotional detachment from the reality of what he had done created an unsettling spectacle that left observers struggling to understand how someone could discuss the murder of their own children with such apparent indifference. His attempts to explain his actions were rambling and largely incoherent, touching on financial stress, work difficulties, and relationship problems, but never approaching anything resembling a rational justification for what he had done. The disconnect between the magnitude of his crimes and his apparent inability to comprehend their true meaning created a chilling portrait of complete moral collapse. The jury's deliberations were relatively brief, as the evidence against Austin was overwhelming and his defense had been unable to present compelling arguments for reduced culpability. The verdict of guilty on all charges was delivered with the kind of finality that marked the end of one phase of this tragic story, while beginning another focused on consequences and attempts at justice. The sentencing phase provided an opportunity for victim impact statements that gave Claire's family members a chance to address Austin directly and to ensure that the court understood the full scope of the devastation his actions had caused. Their testimonies were emotional and powerful, describing not only their grief over losing Claire, Kieran, and Jade, but also their anger at Austin for destroying so many lives through his selfish and violent choices. The judge's sentencing remarks reflected the severity of the crimes and the need for both punishment and public protection. Austin received 3 life sentences for the murders, with the stipulation that he would serve a minimum of 30 years before being eligible for consideration for parole. Additional sentences for the animal cruelty charges ensured that even if he eventually gained release, he would be an elderly man who had spent the majority of his remaining life paying for his crimes. The pronouncement of sentence marked the official end of the legal proceedings, but it could hardly be described as providing closure for those affected by Austin's actions. Claire's family members faced the reality of continuing their lives with the knowledge that she and the children were gone forever, while Austin would at least retain the possibility of eventual freedom, however remote that might be. The broader community of Standards Barn Close and Northampton struggled with their own forms of trauma and recovery following the conclusion of the trial. The knowledge that such violence could erupt within their midst had permanently altered their sense of security and forced them to confront uncomfortable truths about the potential for evil that might lurk within seemingly ordinary circumstances. Support services for those affected by the crimes continued for months and years after the trial's conclusion, as mental health professionals recognized that the psychological impact of such extreme violence extends far beyond the immediate victims to affect entire communities. First responders, neighbors, extended family members, and even casual observers who had followed the case through media coverage all experienced various forms of secondary trauma that required professional attention. The Austin case became a subject of academic study for criminologists and psychologists interested in understanding family annihilation cases and the factors that might contribute to such extreme violence within domestic settings. Research papers, conference presentations, and training materials incorporated details from the case as professionals sought to identify warning signs and intervention strategies that might prevent similar tragedies in the future. Changes in police protocols, social service practices, and mental health screening procedures were influenced by lessons learned from the Austin investigation and trial. While no system could guarantee the prevention of all such crimes, the hope was that better recognition of risk factors and more effective intervention strategies might save other families from similar fates. The house at number 23, Standards Barn Close, eventually returned to the real estate market, though it required extensive renovation and cleaning before it could be considered habitable again. The new owners, who purchased the property at a significantly reduced price, were fully aware of its history but chose to see it as an opportunity to bring new life to a space that had been marked by tragedy. Austin himself disappeared into the British prison system, where he would spend his days confronting the reality of what he had done while serving what was effectively a death sentence imposed through life imprisonment. His name became synonymous with family annihilation and domestic violence in its most extreme form, a cautionary tale that would be referenced whenever similar cases emerged in the future. The memory of Claire, Kieran, and Jade lived on through the testimonies of those who had known and loved them, through photographs and home videos that captured happier times, and through the determination of their surviving family members to ensure that their lives would be remembered for the joy they had brought rather than the violence that had ended them. The dogs, Dandy and Sooty, were remembered as well, their playful spirits serving as reminders of the complete innocence that had been destroyed by Austin's actions. Pet memorial services were held, and their deaths were incorporated into the broader narrative of loss that defined this tragic case. As years passed and the immediate intensity of media attention faded, the Austin family annihilation case remained a touchstone for discussions about domestic violence, mental health, and the protection of children from family violence. The systematic nature of the killings, the betrayal of trust involved, and the complete destruction of what had appeared to be an ordinary family continued to disturb and fascinate those who studied such cases. The ultimate question of why Austin had chosen violence over any of the other options available to him remained largely unanswered, despite extensive investigation and analysis. The human capacity for evil, particularly when directed toward those who should be most precious and protected, continued to challenge understanding and defy rational explanation. What remained clear was that 3 innocent lives had been brutally ended, that 2 beloved pets had died alongside them, and that a community's sense of safety had been permanently altered by one man's decision to embrace violence over love, destruction over protection, and evil over good. The case of Philip Austin stands as a stark reminder that the greatest threats to family safety may sometimes come from within, and that the bonds of love and trust that hold families together can be shattered by those who should be their strongest protectors. It remains a story that must be told, not for its shock value, but as a warning about the potential consequences when mental health issues go untreated and violence becomes seen as a solution to life's problems. Claire Austin, Kieran Austin, and Jade Austin deserved better than the fate that befell them on that terrible July day in 2000. Their memory serves as a testament to the preciousness of family life and the devastating impact that can result when that sanctity is violated by those entrusted with its protection. If you're still awake, let's move on to our final story. Story 5. The McCullough Murders, a daughter's deadly deception. When Virginia McCullough opened her front door that September morning in 2023, she greeted the police officers with an eerily calm smile. What they discovered next would send shockwaves through the quiet streets of Chelmsford, Essex, and expose one of Britain's most chilling domestic horror stories. For 4 harrowing years, this ordinary-looking 36-year-old woman had been living a macabre double life, sharing her family home with the decomposing remains of her murdered parents while systematically draining their finances and weaving an elaborate web of lies to cover her monstrous crimes. This is the terrifying true story of calculated greed, cold-blooded murder, and unimaginable deception. A tale that reveals how evil can lurk behind the most innocent facades, how desperation can transform a daughter into a predator, and how 2 loving parents became victims of the very person they trusted most. Welcome to a nightmare that lasted over 4 years, hidden behind drawn curtains and fabricated excuses, where death shared space with the living, and where love was repaid with the ultimate betrayal. The morning sun cast long shadows across Pump Hill in Chelmsford, Essex, as Virginia McCullough methodically prepared what would become her father's final drink. It was June 17, 2019, and the 36-year-old unemployed woman had reached a breaking point that would shatter her family forever. The crushing weight of financial desperation had transformed this once ordinary daughter into something far more sinister, a calculating predator about to unleash unthinkable violence upon those who had given her life. John McCullough, 70, was a retired university lecturer who had dedicated his life to education and his family. A father of 5, he had worked tirelessly at Anglia Ruskin University, molding young minds and building a comfortable retirement for himself and his beloved wife, Lois. At 71, Lois was the epitome of a devoted mother and grandmother, spending her golden years tending to her family and enjoying the peaceful twilight of life she and John had earned through decades of hard work and sacrifice. But their daughter Virginia harbored a secret that had been festering like a malignant tumor for months. McCullough had built up almost £60,000 worth of debt and had forged letters in order to cover her tracks. The unemployed woman had been living parasitically off her parents' generosity while simultaneously betraying their trust in the most heinous way imaginable. Credit cards had been opened in their names without their knowledge. Their pension funds had been systematically drained, and elaborate forgeries had been crafted to mask the hemorrhaging of their life savings. Virginia's web of deception was intricate and methodical. She had become a master manipulator, spinning tales of investment opportunities gone wrong and sophisticated scams that had supposedly victimized her parents. Each lie built upon the last, creating a towering edifice of falsehood that was becoming increasingly difficult to maintain. The weight of her financial crimes was crushing down upon her, and she knew that discovery was inevitable. But rather than face the consequences of her actions, Virginia McCullough chose a path that would transform her from a mere fraudster into something infinitely more terrifying, a cold-blooded killer. The prescription medications had been accumulating for weeks in Virginia's possession, a deadly arsenal carefully assembled for the darkest of purposes. The pills, accumulated the months before, were crushed or cut up and then secreted into alcoholic beverages. Each tablet was methodically ground down, creating a fine powder that would dissolve seamlessly into liquid, becoming an invisible agent of death. This wasn't a crime of passion or a moment of temporary insanity. This was premeditated murder, planned with the cold precision of a seasoned killer. On that fateful June morning, Virginia approached her unsuspecting father with the casual demeanor of a loving daughter. John, trusting and vulnerable in his own home, had no reason to suspect that his child had become his executioner. The toxic cocktail was prepared with careful attention to detail, enough medication to ensure a fatal outcome, mixed skillfully to avoid detection by taste or appearance. As John consumed what he believed to be his regular morning drink, he was unknowingly ingesting his own death sentence, administered by the very person who should have been protecting him. The poison began its merciless work almost immediately, coursing through John's bloodstream and attacking his vital organs with relentless efficiency. Virginia watched with detached calculation as her father's condition deteriorated, offering no comfort, no medical assistance, no hint of remorse. This was her plan unfolding exactly as she had envisioned it, and she felt no urge to intervene or show mercy. The man who had raised her, supported her, and loved her unconditionally was dying before her eyes, and she felt nothing but cold satisfaction at the success of her murderous scheme. As the hours passed, John's body succumbed to the lethal cocktail of medications flooding his system. His breathing became labored, his consciousness faded, and his life slipped away while his daughter maintained her monstrous vigil. After finding her father dead in bed the next morning, Virginia experienced not grief or shock, but a calculated assessment of her next moves. The first phase of her murderous plan had succeeded perfectly, but she knew that the death of one parent would inevitably lead to questions about the other. Lois McCullough awoke on June 18, 2019, completely unaware that she was now sharing her home with a corpse and sleeping just rooms away from her husband's killer. Virginia had managed to maintain the pretense of normalcy through the night, but she knew that her mother would soon discover John's lifeless body. The prospect of explanation, investigation, and eventual exposure filled Virginia not with dread but with grim determination. She had crossed the ultimate line with her father's murder, and there could be no turning back now. The realization that her mother would inevitably uncover the truth sparked something even darker in Virginia's already corrupted mind. Lois represented the only witness to Virginia's crimes, the only person who could connect her to John's death and expose the elaborate fraud that had preceded it. But more than that, Lois was a loose end that needed to be eliminated if Virginia hoped to maintain her facade and continue exploiting her parents' resources. The decision to kill her mother wasn't born of panic or desperation. It was a coldly calculated move designed to protect Virginia's interests and ensure her continued access to her parents' wealth. As Lois went about her morning routine, completely oblivious to the horror that had already befallen her husband and the even greater nightmare that awaited her, Virginia was methodically preparing for her second murder. This time, there would be no slow-acting poison or gradual deterioration. This time, Virginia would kill with her own hands, using brute force and savage violence to silence the woman who had given her life. The transformation from fraudulent daughter to double murderer was nearly complete, and Virginia McCullough was about to reveal the true depths of her capacity for evil. The stage was set for one of the most brutal domestic murders in British criminal history, and Lois McCullough, trusting and unsuspecting, was walking directly into her daughter's trap. The quiet family home on Pump Hill was about to become the scene of unimaginable violence, where the bonds of family would be severed forever by hammer blows and knife wounds, where love would be repaid with the ultimate betrayal, and where Virginia McCullough would complete her transformation from ordinary daughter to remorseless killer. The morning of June 18th stretched ahead like a pathway to hell, and Virginia McCullough was ready to walk it with deadly purpose. The radio crackled softly in Lois McCullough's bedroom as she lay peacefully in bed, completely unaware that death was approaching her door with calculated steps. It was the morning of June 18, 2019, and the 71-year-old grandmother was enjoying the quiet moments of early dawn, listening to familiar voices that brought comfort to her daily routine. The gentle sounds of the radio had always been her companion during these peaceful morning hours, a soothing backdrop to her thoughts as she planned her day ahead. But today, those same sounds would become the soundtrack to her own brutal murder. Virginia moved through the house with predatory stealth, her mind focused entirely on the task ahead. She had already proven herself capable of killing with the methodical poisoning of her father, but what she was about to do to her mother would require an entirely different kind of violence, intimate, personal, and horrifyingly brutal. The weapons she had chosen reflected the savage nature of her intent. A hammer that would crush bone and tissue, and a knife specifically purchased for the act of murder. The 36-year-old woman later beat her mother with a hammer and stabbed her multiple times in the chest with a kitchen knife bought for the purpose. This wasn't a crime of opportunity or momentary rage. Every aspect had been planned and prepared with chilling premeditation. Virginia had deliberately purchased the knife knowing exactly what she intended to do with it, transforming an ordinary kitchen implement into an instrument of matricide. As Virginia approached her mother's bedroom, hammer in hand, she paused at the threshold of unthinkable evil. Lois lay vulnerable and defenseless, trusting in the safety of her own home and the love of her daughter. The radio continued its gentle murmur, creating an almost surreal contrast to the violence that was about to unfold. This was the moment when Virginia McCullough would cross from being a murderer to becoming something far more monstrous. A woman who could look into the face of the person who had given her life and systematically destroy it with her own hands. The first blow of the hammer fell with devastating force, shattering the morning silence and transforming Lois's peaceful sanctuary into a chamber of horror. Virginia McCullough stabbed her mum Lois, 71, multiple times and hit her with a hammer, like someone badly playing a xylophone. The grotesque comparison to a musical instrument reveals the mechanical, repetitive nature of the attack, blow after blow delivered with calculated precision rather than frenzied emotion. Lois's terrified cries mixed with the sound of crushing bone as Virginia brought the hammer down repeatedly, each impact more devastating than the last. The woman who had once cradled Virginia as a baby, who had taught her to walk and talk, who had sacrificed countless hours of her own life to nurture and protect her daughter, was being systematically destroyed by the very person she had loved most. The hammer connected with skull and limbs, pulverizing tissue and shattering bones while Lois fought desperately for her life. But the hammer was only the beginning of Virginia's savage assault. She beat Lois McCullough, 71, with a hammer, then stabbed her to death. The transition from blunt force trauma to penetrating wounds marked an escalation in brutality that defies comprehension. After inflicting devastating damage with the hammer, Virginia picked up the knife she had purchased specifically for this moment and began the final phase of her mother's murder. The blade pierced Lois's body repeatedly, each thrust delivering a fatal wound as Virginia systematically destroyed her mother's vital organs. Stabbed her multiple times in the chest with a kitchen knife. The chest wounds were particularly vicious, targeting the heart and lungs with surgical precision. This wasn't random violence. Virginia knew exactly where to strike for maximum damage, turning her mother's bedroom into an abattoir of unimaginable horror. Blood splattered across the walls and soaked into the bedding as Virginia continued her frenzied attack, each knife wound adding to the catalog of injuries that would ultimately claim Lois's life. The radio played on, its cheerful programming creating a nightmarish juxtaposition with the sounds of murder's screams, the wet impact of steel on flesh, the desperate gasps of a dying woman, and the heavy breathing of her killer. McCullough then killed Lois, bludgeoning and stabbing her to death while she lay in bed listening to the radio. The intimate setting of the murder, a mother's bedroom, with the radio providing its familiar comfort, makes the crime even more heinous. This was supposed to be Lois's safe space, her personal sanctuary where she could relax and find peace. Instead, it became her tomb, defiled by the violence of her own daughter and transformed into a crime scene that would haunt investigators for years to come. As Lois's life ebbed away, her blood pooling around her broken body, Virginia stood over her handiwork with cold satisfaction. There was no remorse in her eyes, no horror at what she had done, no recognition of the magnitude of her evil. She had just murdered the woman who had given her life, and she felt nothing but relief that another obstacle to her financial schemes had been eliminated. The brutality of the attack was matched only by its calculated nature. Virginia had not killed in the heat of passion or during a moment of temporary insanity. Every aspect of Lois's murder had been planned and executed with methodical precision. The hammer had been chosen for its devastating impact, the knife had been purchased specifically for the killing, and the timing had been carefully calculated to minimize the risk of discovery. But perhaps the most chilling aspect of the murder was what happened next. McCullough then went to her local GP practice to seek treatment for injuries she had sustained during the savage attack on her mother. The audacity of this action, seeking medical treatment for wounds inflicted while committing matricide, reveals the extraordinary coldness of Virginia's character. She was capable of murdering her mother with extreme violence and then calmly seeking medical attention for herself, maintaining the pretense of innocence even with her mother's blood still fresh on her hands. The GP surgery visit also demonstrated Virginia's calculating nature. She understood that injuries sustained during the murder might raise questions later, so she proactively sought medical documentation that could explain away any suspicious wounds. This wasn't the behavior of someone overcome by emotion or acting impulsively. This was the methodical planning of a seasoned criminal who understood the importance of covering her tracks. As Virginia sat in the waiting room of the medical practice, surrounded by ordinary people dealing with routine health concerns, She carried within her the terrible secret of what she had just done. The woman sitting next to worried patients was a double murderer, someone who had just spent the morning systematically destroying her own parents with calculated brutality. The normalcy of the medical setting created a surreal contrast to the horror she had just perpetrated, highlighting the extraordinary ability of evil to hide behind ordinary facades. The murders were complete, but Virginia's crimes were far from over. She now faced the challenge of concealing two bodies while maintaining the fiction that her parents were alive and well. This would require a different kind of evil, not the explosive violence of murder, but the sustained, methodical deception of a master manipulator. The quiet family home on Pump Hill had become a mausoleum, and Virginia McCullough was about to embark on 4 years of living with the dead while systematically exploiting their memory for financial gain. The hammer and knife had done their work, transforming loving parents into lifeless corpses. Now began the next phase of Virginia's monstrous plan, the careful construction of elaborate lies and the cynical exploitation of grief to hide her crimes from the world. The silence that settled over the McCullough family home on Pump Hill was deafening in its finality. Where once the sounds of daily life had filled the rooms, conversations over breakfast, the gentle hum of the television, the comfortable routine of elderly parents enjoying their retirement. Now there was only the oppressive quiet of death. Virginia McCullough stood amid the carnage she had created, surrounded by the blood-soaked evidence of her double homicide, and began the methodical process of transforming her family home into an elaborate tomb. The immediate aftermath of the murders required swift and decisive action. 2 bodies needed to be concealed, crime scenes had to be sanitized, and Virginia had to begin constructing the intricate web of lies that would sustain her deception for the next 4 years. But rather than panic or desperation, Virginia approached these tasks with the same cold calculation she had brought to the murders themselves. This wasn't a woman overwhelmed by the magnitude of her crimes. This was a predator adapting to new circumstances with chilling efficiency. According to The Guardian, prosecutor Lisa Wilding said in court that Virginia built a makeshift tomb for her father. The construction of John McCullough's final resting place wasn't a hasty burial born of panic, but a carefully engineered concealment designed to hide the body indefinitely. Virginia had transformed from killer to undertaker, applying the same methodical planning to body disposal that she had used in the murders themselves. The makeshift tomb was a masterpiece of morbid ingenuity, designed to contain John's decomposing remains while minimizing odors and preventing discovery. Virginia understood that traditional burial was impossible. The garden was too exposed, and digging would attract unwanted attention. Instead, she created a sealed environment within the house itself, turning her childhood home into a crypt while maintaining the facade of normal family life. McCullough callously and viciously killed both of her parents before concealing their bodies in makeshift tombs within their home address. The use of the plural tombs reveals that Lois received similar treatment, her battered body carefully sealed away in its own purpose-built sepulcher. These weren't crude attempts at body disposal. They were elaborate constructions designed to hide the evidence of murder indefinitely while allowing Virginia to continue living in the same space. The psychological implications of Virginia's choice to remain in the house with her victims' bodies are staggering. Most killers attempt to distance themselves from their crimes, disposing of bodies far from their living spaces and trying to forget their actions. But Virginia embraced proximity to death, choosing to share her daily existence with the decomposing remains of her parents. This decision reveals a level of psychological detachment that borders on the supernatural, the ability to eat, sleep, and live normally while surrounded by the corpses of her victims. For the next 4+ years, the woman lived alongside her dead parents. For years of waking up each morning knowing that her parents' bodies lay sealed within the walls of her home. For years of going about her daily routine while death permeated every aspect of her environment. For years of maintaining the pretense of normalcy while living in what was essentially a charnel house of her own creation. The practical challenges of concealing 2 decomposing bodies within a residential home would have overwhelmed most people, but Virginia approached these problems with the same systematic thinking she applied to everything else. Odor control, moisture management, and the prevention of insect infestations all required careful attention and ongoing maintenance. She became an expert in the logistics of death, learning through trial and error how to manage the physical realities of corpse concealment. But the concealment of the bodies was only one aspect of Virginia's elaborate deception. She also needed to explain her parents' sudden disappearance to the outside world, creating a believable narrative that would satisfy family members, medical professionals, and anyone else who might ask questions about John and Lois's whereabouts. The court heard she canceled family arrangements and frequently told doctors and relatives her parents were unwell, on holiday or away on lengthy trips. Virginia's lies were varied and sophisticated, carefully tailored to her audience and designed to explain away any absence without raising suspicions. Family gatherings were canceled due to sudden illnesses, medical appointments were rescheduled because of unexpected travel plans, and social obligations were postponed indefinitely due to a variety of fabricated circumstances. The 36-year-old told relatives and authorities that the couple were unwell or away on holiday whenever they questioned why they had not been seen or heard from. These weren't simple lies designed to buy time. They were components of an elaborate fictional narrative that Virginia maintained with remarkable consistency over 4 years. She became a master storyteller, weaving tales of exotic vacations, extended hospital stays, and mysterious illnesses that required isolation and limited contact. The financial exploitation that had motivated the murders continued unabated, with Virginia now having complete access to her parents' resources without any oversight or interference. McCullough ran up large debts on credit cards in her parents' names and splurged their pension pots after their murders. The murders had been committed primarily for financial gain, and Virginia wasted no time in reaping the bloody dividends of her crimes. Credit cards were maxed out, bank accounts were drained, and pension payments were redirected to fund Virginia's increasingly extravagant lifestyle. She had killed for money, and now she was spending that money with the casual disregard of someone who had never worked for it. Every pound she spent was blood money. Every purchase was funded by patricide and matricide. Every moment of financial freedom was bought with the lives of the people who had loved her most. Virginia McCullough amassed debts on credit cards in her parents' names, spent their money with abandon, creating an ever-expanding web of financial fraud that built upon the original murders. The dead were being systematically robbed by their own daughter, their identities exploited for financial gain while their bodies decomposed in homemade tombs. The psychological toll of living with such massive deception might have broken a normal person, but Virginia seemed to thrive on the complexity of her lies. She developed an almost supernatural ability to compartmentalize her existence, living simultaneously in the world of the living and the world of the dead. During the day, she was a grieving daughter whose parents were unfortunately unable to visit due to various circumstances. At night, she was a killer sleeping in the same house as her victims' corpses. The house itself became a character in this nightmare scenario, its rooms holding different meanings and serving different purposes in Virginia's elaborate deception. Some areas remained normal living spaces where she could entertain visitors or maintain the appearance of ordinary domestic life. Other areas became forbidden zones, sealed off from the outside world and containing the dark secrets that would destroy her if discovered. Visitors to the house were carefully managed and strictly limited. Virginia couldn't risk anyone discovering the tombs she had constructed or detecting the subtle signs of death that permeated the building. Every guest was a potential threat to her elaborate deception. Every social interaction was a minefield of potential exposure. She became increasingly isolated, not through choice but through necessity, as the logistics of maintaining her lies became ever more complex. The seasonal cycles continued around her as if nothing had changed. Christmas came and went with Virginia explaining that her parents were too ill to celebrate. Birthdays passed with excuses about hospital stays and medical treatments. Anniversaries and family milestones were marked by absence and apology, all carefully orchestrated by a daughter who had murdered the guests of honor. As months turned to years, Virginia's deception became increasingly elaborate and increasingly fragile. The fictional narrative of her parents' lives required constant maintenance and updating. New lies had to be created to support old ones, and the web of deception grew ever more complex. But throughout it all, she maintained her composure and her commitment to the fantasy she had created. The woman who had once been John and Lois McCullough's daughter had ceased to exist, replaced by something far more sinister. a master manipulator who had learned to profit from death while maintaining the facade of life. The house on Pump Hill had become a monument to deception, where love had been repaid with murder and where the dead were being systematically exploited by their killer. But even the most elaborate deceptions must eventually crumble, and Virginia McCullough's House of Lies was built on foundations that could not hold forever. September 2023 brought with it an unseasonable chill to Chelmsford, and with it, the beginning of the end for Virginia McCullough's 4-year reign of terror. The elaborate web of lies she had woven around her parents' disappearance was finally beginning to unravel, pulled apart by the persistent concerns of medical professionals who had noticed a troubling pattern of missed appointments and unanswered calls. The house on Pump Hill, which had served as both tomb and sanctuary for Virginia's monstrous deception, was about to give up its terrible secrets. The investigation began innocuously enough, triggered by the kind of routine concern that marks civilized society's care for its vulnerable members. Police launched a missing persons investigation after the couple's GP raised concerns over missed appointments. John and Lois McCullough had been model patients for years, punctual and reliable in their healthcare routines. Their sudden and complete absence from medical appointments raised red flags that could not be ignored or explained away by Virginia's increasingly desperate excuses. The GP's concerns were not easily dismissed. These were elderly patients who had never missed appointments without prior notification, who had always been responsible about their healthcare needs, and who had suddenly vanished from all medical contact without explanation. When attempts to reach them directly failed, when Virginia's explanations became increasingly convoluted, and when the pattern of absence extended beyond reasonable explanation, medical professionals felt compelled to contact the authorities. As police officers approached the familiar facade of the McCullough family home on that fateful September morning, they had no idea they were about to uncover one of the most chilling domestic murder cases in British criminal history. The house looked ordinary from the outside: neat garden, well-maintained exterior, no obvious signs of the horror that lay within. It was the kind of home that neighbors passed daily without a second thought, never suspecting that it concealed the decomposing remains of 2 murder victims and harbored one of the most cold-blooded killers they would ever encounter. Virginia answered the door with what appeared to be casual friendliness, but the officers immediately sensed something amiss. Her demeanor was too controlled, her explanations too rehearsed, her manner too calculated for someone genuinely concerned about missing parents. Years of living with her terrible secret had taught Virginia to mask her emotions and present whatever facade the situation required. But trained investigators have an instinct for deception that is difficult to fool. The moment of truth arrived with stunning swiftness. When confronted with direct questions about her parents' whereabouts, when pressed for specific details about their alleged travels and medical treatments, when asked to provide concrete evidence of their continued existence, Virginia's elaborate facade finally cracked. When she was arrested in September 2023, McCullough admitted to the murders instantly and told officers it was proper that I serve my punishment. The speed of her confession was as shocking as the crimes themselves. After 4 years of elaborate deception, after countless lies told to family members and authorities, after maintaining the pretense of grief and concern for so long, Virginia McCullough surrendered to the truth with almost casual indifference. There was no dramatic breakdown, no emotional collapse, no expression of remorse or regret. She simply acknowledged her crimes with the same cold calculation she had brought to their commission. She then joked to the officer taking down her confession, "Cheer up. At least you caught the bad guy." This moment reveals the true depths of Virginia's psychological detachment from normal human emotion. Even while confessing to the murder of her own parents, even while facing the complete destruction of her carefully constructed lies, she could joke with investigating officers as if discussing a minor traffic violation rather than double homicide. The casual nature of her humor in such circumstances demonstrates a level of emotional disconnect that borders on the psychopathic. This wasn't gallows humor born of stress or trauma. This was the genuine amusement of someone who viewed her own capture as merely an interesting development in a game she had been playing for years. She seemed almost relieved that the elaborate performance was finally over, that she could drop the mask she had worn for so long and reveal her true nature. In body-worn video footage released by police, a handcuffed McCullough told officers, "I did know that this would kind of happen eventually. The footage reveals a woman completely at ease with her circumstances, showing no signs of distress or regret. She spoke to officers as if discussing the weather, displaying an emotional flatness that was deeply unsettling to everyone present. The discovery of the bodies confirmed the horrific details Virginia had revealed in her confession. Post-mortem examinations revealed both had been poisoned with prescription medication. John died as a result of the poisoning while Lois had been struck with a hammer and fatally stabbed. The forensic evidence painted a picture of calculating brutality that matched perfectly with Virginia's cold demeanor during questioning. The condition of the remains after 4 years of concealment within the house was a testament to Virginia's methodical approach to body disposal. The makeshift tombs had succeeded in their primary purpose, preventing discovery while allowing Virginia to continue living in the same space. But they had also preserved enough forensic evidence to confirm the manner of death and the extreme violence that had been employed. When officers asked Virginia about the location of the murder weapons, her response was as chilling as her initial confession. Video footage shows her calmly directing investigators to the hammer and knife, treating the evidence of her parents' murders as mere household items that happened to be stored in particular locations. Haunting moment, Monster breaks down and admits where she hid bloody hammer she used to murder parents, though the description of breaking down is misleading, as Virginia showed no emotional distress whatsoever during her interactions with police. The weapons themselves told the story of premeditated murder with chilling clarity. The hammer bore traces of Lois McCullough's blood and tissue, evidence of the brutal bludgeoning that had begun her final assault. The knife showed signs of extensive use during the stabbing attack, confirming the sustained nature of the violence Virginia had inflicted on her mother. These weren't weapons grabbed in a moment of passion. They were carefully chosen tools of murder, selected for their effectiveness and retained as trophies of her crimes. Essex Police's Detective Superintendent Rob Kirby branded Virginia as an intelligent manipulator who murdered her parents in cold blood. The police assessment of Virginia's character was uncompromising in its accuracy. This wasn't a case of temporary insanity or emotional breakdown. This was calculated murder committed by someone who understood exactly what she was doing and chose to do it anyway. The courtroom proceedings that followed Virginia's arrest revealed the full scope of her deception and the calculating nature of her crimes. She pleaded guilty at an earlier hearing at Chelmsford Crown Court to murdering her parents between June 17th and June 20th, 2019, and was sentenced at the same court on Friday. Her guilty plea eliminated the need for a lengthy trial, but it also represented one final act of calculation rather than genuine remorse. By pleading guilty, Virginia avoided the public exposure of a full trial and potentially reduced her sentence. Even in confession and conviction, she was still playing angles and seeking advantages. There was no dramatic courtroom revelation of guilt, no tearful acknowledgement of wrongdoing, no expression of sorrow for her victims. She approached her legal proceedings with the same cold pragmatism she had brought to murder and concealment. Virginia McCullough, 36, was sentenced to jail last Friday to serve at least the next 36 years behind bars. The lengthy sentence reflects not just the severity of her crimes, but also the calculating nature of her actions and the complete absence of mitigating factors like remorse or mental illness that might have justified a more lenient approach. The judge's sentencing remarks captured the essence of Virginia's crimes with brutal clarity. However, before you murdered your parents, you stole from them and committed fraud against them over a considerable period of time. The murders weren't isolated acts of violence. They were the culmination of years of financial exploitation and betrayal, the final step in a pattern of victimization that had begun long before the first blow was struck. You used a hammer and then a knife to assault your mother. The clinical language of the legal system cannot fully capture the horror of what Virginia did to Lois McCullough, but it serves to document for history the brutal reality of her crimes. These weren't accidental deaths or crimes of passion. They were deliberate, sustained attacks designed to kill and carried out with methodical precision. The impact on the surviving family members was devastating. McCullough's sisters have described the horror of learning that their parents had been murdered by their own daughter, that they had spent 4 years believing their parents were alive while their bodies were decomposing in homemade tombs. The betrayal extended beyond the immediate victims to encompass everyone who had loved and trusted Virginia. The family of John and Lois have also released a joint statement expressing their devastation and their struggle to comprehend the magnitude of Virginia's deception. They had spent years accepting her explanations for their parents' absence, sending messages and gifts that would never be received, maintaining hope for reunions that could never occur. Virginia had stolen not just her parents' lives and money, but also 4 years of grief and healing from those who loved them. As Virginia McCullough was led away to begin her life sentence, the quiet streets of Chelmsford could finally begin to process the horror that had been hidden in their midst. The house on Pump Hill, once a family home filled with love and laughter, would forever be remembered as the scene of unthinkable betrayal and brutal murder. The ordinary neighborhood had been touched by extraordinary evil, and the scars would take generations to heal. The case serves as a chilling reminder that evil often wears familiar faces, that those we trust most can become our greatest threats. Virginia McCullough's transformation from daughter to destroyer represents one of the most fundamental betrayals of human relationship, the violation of the sacred bond between parent and child. The investigation revealed additional horrifying details about Virginia's psychological state during the years following the murders. Neighbors reported that she had seemed normal, even cheerful, during chance encounters on the street. She had maintained social media accounts, sharing posts and updates as if her life continued unchanged. This ability to compartmentalize such massive crimes while presenting a facade of normalcy speaks to a level of psychological detachment that defies normal understanding. During the 4 years she lived with her parents' bodies, Virginia had continued to celebrate holidays alone, marking birthdays and anniversaries while surrounded by the evidence of her crimes. Christmas decorations were hung, birthday cards were purchased for people who would never see them, and the rituals of family life continued in their grotesque parody. She had created a world where death and life coexisted in the same space, where murder victims shared a home with their killer, where love had been replaced by the cold calculation of financial exploitation. The forensic analysis of the crime scenes revealed the true extent of Virginia's preparation and planning. The weapons had been cleaned and stored with care, the burial sites had been constructed with engineering precision, and every aspect of the concealment had been designed for long-term success. This wasn't the panicked disposal of evidence by a frightened killer. This was the methodical work of someone who had planned for exactly this scenario. Virginia's computer records showed extensive research into topics related to missing persons cases, inheritance law, and methods of concealing death from authorities. She had studied other cases, learning from the mistakes of previous killers and incorporating those lessons into her own criminal methodology. The murders of John and Lois McCullough weren't crimes of opportunity. They were the culmination of extensive research and careful planning by someone who had decided that murder was an acceptable solution to her financial problems. The psychological evaluations conducted during her incarceration painted a picture of a woman completely divorced from normal human emotion. Virginia showed no signs of trauma or distress related to her crimes, no nightmares or flashbacks that might indicate psychological conflict about her actions. She discussed the murders with clinical detachment, as if describing events that had happened to someone else entirely. Prison staff reported that Virginia adapted to incarceration with the same calculating pragmatism she had brought to murder. She followed rules when it served her interests, cultivated relationships that provided advantages, and maintained the emotional distance that had characterized her entire approach to human interaction. Even behind bars, she remained a predator, albeit one contained within the confines of the correctional system. The community impact of Virginia's crimes extended far beyond the immediate family circle. Neighbors struggled with the knowledge that they had lived for years near decomposing bodies, that they had exchanged pleasantries with a double murderer, that their quiet street had been the scene of such unimaginable horror. Property values plummeted, families moved away, and the sense of safety that had characterized the neighborhood was shattered forever. Local schools and community centers organized counseling sessions to help residents process the trauma of learning about Virginia's crimes. Children who had played in the same streets where a killer had walked free needed help understanding how such evil could exist in their familiar world. Adults grappled with questions about their own judgment and their ability to recognize danger when it wore such an ordinary mask. The McCullough murders became a case study in criminal psychology programs across the country, analyzed by experts seeking to understand how someone could commit such intimate violence against their own family members while maintaining such perfect composure for years afterward. Virginia's ability to live with decomposing bodies while carrying on normal social interactions represented a level of psychological compartmentalization that challenged existing understanding of criminal behavior. Media coverage of the case sparked national conversations about elder abuse, financial exploitation within families, and the warning signs that might indicate when adult children pose a threat to their aging parents. Virginia's systematic fraud against her parents before the murders highlighted how financial abuse often serves as a precursor to more serious crimes, creating a pathway from theft to violence that can escalate with terrifying speed. The legal precedent set by Virginia's case influenced how similar crimes would be prosecuted in the future. Her lengthy sentence sent a clear message that domestic murders involving financial exploitation would be treated with the full severity of the law, regardless of family relationships or other mitigating factors. The courts recognized that the violation of family trust made Virginia's crimes even more heinous than similar murders committed by strangers. As Virginia McCullough settles into her life sentence, the world outside continues to grapple with the implications of her crimes. The house on Pump Hill stands empty now, too contaminated by horror to ever again serve as a family home. The rooms where John and Lois McCullough lived and died have become monuments to betrayal, spaces forever marked by the violence that transformed a loving family dwelling into a charnel house. The McCullough family continues to struggle with their grief, processing not just the loss of beloved parents, but also the knowledge that those deaths came at the hands of someone they had trusted and loved. Virginia's sisters speak of their ongoing trauma, their difficulty in reconciling the daughter and sister they thought they knew with the cold-blooded killer she revealed herself to be. In the end, Virginia McCullough's story serves as a stark reminder that evil can emerge from the most unexpected places, that financial desperation can transform ordinary people into monsters, and that the bonds of family provide no protection against those willing to sever them for personal gain. Her crimes represent the ultimate corruption of love, trust, and familial obligation. A betrayal so profound that it challenges our fundamental understanding of human nature. The hammer and knife that ended John and Lois McCullough's lives now rest in evidence storage, silent witnesses to unthinkable violence. The makeshift tombs that concealed their bodies have been dismantled, their contents finally laid to proper rest. But the psychological scars left by Virginia's crimes will endure for generations, a permanent reminder that sometimes the greatest monsters are those who share our names, our homes, and our blood. Virginia McCullough will spend the rest of her life behind bars, her freedom forfeit as payment for the lives she stole. But no amount of incarceration can undo the damage she inflicted, can restore the parents she murdered, or can heal the trust she shattered. She remains what she chose to become: a killer who destroyed her own family for money, a daughter who repaid love with death, and a reminder that evil often wears the most familiar face of all. The story of the McCullough murders stands as testament to the darkest depths of human capacity for betrayal, a cautionary tale about the thin line between love and violence, and a tragic reminder that sometimes the people we trust most are the ones who pose the greatest threat to our very existence. In the quiet streets of Chelmsford, the shadow of Virginia McCullough's crimes will linger forever, a permanent stain on the landscape of human trust and familial love. Thanks so much for watching and being part of this adventure into the unknown. If these stories left you intrigued, hit that like button, subscribe, and share with anyone who loves a good mystery. I'd love to know where you're tuning in from. Let me know in the comments. Your support means everything. We'll be back with more stories that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Until then, stay safe, stay inquisitive, and keep searching for the truth.